community forestry isn't letting the forest, the community manage a company that's doing harvesting. It's not just that. The community is a democratic institution, whether it's a First Nation or a township or whatever. And the idea in community forestry is that the decisions about what happened to that forest happen there, not at the ministry level, or not at the ministry level managed by some company that the province has given tenure rights to. The province, with community forestry in Ontario, accepts the fact that the right place to democratically manage the forest is at the level of the people who live in it. And that's my vision of community forestry. It's not a business model, it's a democratic model. The rights go down to the community. The community then can manage directly, it can give out leases. The province gives out leases to manage chunks of the forest. The community can do that. The community can run it itself. So a fairly simple vision of what community forestry is. The previous talk about the Mystic Corporation is a perfect example. There's democratic structures where the local communities make decisions in their areas. There's a management structure that they control. They own one mill and they deal with another one. It's a complicated structure, but it's actually just the same structure when you think about it that the province operates, except that there is this community level democratic control. So now I'm into my 10 points. You can see this isn't going to take very long because I just have these 10 quick slides. One thing to know about community forestry, and this comes primarily from BC, is it succeeds. I say that it succeeds where angels fear to tread. Most of the community forestry land in BC, for example, is land that forest companies have failed on, or they didn't want to run, or they couldn't make a profit on. And that's really important. I mean, the very fact that these enterprises succeed and do something useful for their communities, where commercial forestry companies have gone running away, means that these are economically effective organizations. They continue to that, these areas continue to generate value under community forestry tenure. They're successful. And I'd argue that if they're viable on not very good forest plots, then they're going to be much more viable on larger and potentially more productive plots. So it's just a successful model. I think it's important to know it's not a threat to mills. One of the things that was really clear as you watched the tenure discussions is the companies were terrified of community forestry. They were asking, literally asking, through the Forestry Association, that community forestry organizations not be allowed to do anything they couldn't do. In other words, they were saying that community forest organizations in Ontario had to be exactly the same as companies with all the same restrictions. That's like, let's drive nails through their feet and not let them do anything. That's like saying community control and democratic governance doesn't count for anything. We still can't trust them. But the fact of the matter is, if you have community forest, you still have to sell that wood. You still have to move that wood. It's still got to go to the mills. It's not a threat to the mills. The total wood supply doesn't change. You may get management differences over time, but nothing happens in the short run. So here's a third one. And this, I think, is a really big one. And it's put in the simplest terms I can possibly put it in. Community forestry brings money, contributes money to the communities. The purpose of managing your own forest is to get some of the benefits that might have gone somewhere else. The stumpage fees, among other things. The profits from the companies. In theory, that's what the theory is. Yeah, I'll be quick. In theory, they recycle the revenue. In practice, if you look at BC and other places, they really do it. They contribute to projects like repairing community centers. They provide scholarships for kids in the area. They contribute to ambulances and so on. They really do contribute money in the communities. That's an economic fact that's important. Another thing they do is they develop management skills. You heard that in the last presentation. Gradually, you develop the ability of the people in your community. Now, as an economist, I tend to see communities as machines for producing people and talent. And community forestry does it better than the conventional structures. It produces more talent by developing local management ability. Training in general is a huge cost for society, but it's what we have in a society for, to meet people. Companies don't like training very much because it's costly. That's a basic feature of the labor markets, and that's why we have the public taking over all the education system. It's because companies don't want to pay for training people. And they shouldn't, because it's costly, and if they can avoid it, they should. But skills are an asset that communities value, and therefore communities put some of the resources into developing the people. And that's actually an extremely important observation about why community forests are different. Community forests also work hard to hire young people. That is part of the process of developing people and providing economic support for the community is hiring the young people in the area, giving them training. You didn't hear a mention of young people in the Mystic presentation, but that was also part of it. And you see it wherever there are community forests, people start trying to figure out, well, could we put our kids to work here? Can we give them an education or training that'll be useful in the job market or summer jobs that'll let them go on to university? And community forests are really much more able to collaborate with municipalities and school boards and other organizations to create these opportunities. A sixth point is community forestry organizations are almost always really committed to diversifying the local economy. The fact of the matter is that the large mills and the large harvesting companies are not committed to diversification. They fight to keep the stream of wood from flowing to local businesses. We've seen it repeatedly in Ontario. Community forestry would naturally work to divert 2% and then 5% and then 10% to value-added enterprises locally. That creates jobs, and if you don't do that, essentially the labor force gets smaller and smaller as the technology gets better and better. The natural trend in forestry is to employ fewer people and more machines. So you have to have a real commitment to diversification and value-added production. And community forest organizations have that commitment. Under the current structure, we don't have it. So there's a whole list of projects that I found. Different organizations, from witty little chairs, tourism products, getting government contracts to do the roads and so on. All of these can bring and hold money to the community, bring money to the community and hold it there. There's a point I'd like to make for the foresters. I don't know how many foresters there are in this room, but community hey, there's one. Any others? Another one, and yeah, oh, okay. Well, this is just for you guys. Community forestry will employ more foresters than conventional forestry. Everybody knows that the forestry companies have been complaining about having to do all these plans, and they don't want to do plans. They want to do their plans on a 10-year cycle, and that means they can get rid of some of their foresters. That's exactly what the economics of conventional tenure does. Yep, I'm fine, thank you. Community forestry is looking for more intensive, smaller units that are managed in more detail. And ultimately, that means more jobs for foresters. It means better quality forestry. I actually think the Forestry Association, or the Foresters Association, ought to jump on the bandwagon and be promoting community forestry across the country. Better management of forests should make them happy, but so should more jobs. And one piece of evidence for this is where you have a lot of private land and small units, whether it's Scandinavia and Europe or whether it's in the US, you have more foresters. Canada has fewer foresters than any other forest country per capita or per cubit or whatever it is. It's a more complex job when you get down to the community level. 8th point, and this is something dear to my heart as an economist. Community forestry actually prices things more correctly. You live there, you care about, among other things, the effect on the environment. You don't live there, you don't care about it. That's a pricing question. If you're not caring about it, you're putting zero value on the squirrels and the quality of the water and so on. If you're a stockholder in New York, you put zero value on the squirrels and the quality of the water around Wawa. It's really simple. But if you live in Wawa, they have value. So you get the prices right. And as economists, I like organizations that get the prices right. The fact is that community forestry does a better job of pricing what's produced. Community forestry organizations are interested in increasing local tourism and therefore making sure the forest is managed in a way that supports local tourism. They're interested in maximizing learning opportunities for young people, which is something we value, but those shareholders in New York don't value it. That's actually basic economics. So that's the kind of economics that as an economist I really want you to believe in. Business development, helping the municipality save money on its operations, literal interests of a community forest. So 9, this is another technical economic point. A community forest is allowed more instruments. That's economic jargon. I apologize, but just learn this word, instruments, this way. Because it's a democratic organization, it's allowed to make some decisions that a forestry company isn't allowed to make. We know that. First Nations trust their own forestry organizations and they don't trust the outsiders. And they shouldn't, of course. Because they can make decisions about, for example, whether they're going to make jobs for the young people or whether they're going to engage in projects about district heating or changing the timing of various operations to smooth out the employment pattern or environmental standards. They can do more. Now we have a principle in economics that actually comes from macro, but I think it's a useful one to know. The more instruments, the more things you're allowed to make decisions about, the better job you can do. You basically need one instrument for each target. And when you have a democratic organization, it's allowed to make decisions where you have to hog-tie a profit-oriented company. You have to make sure they weren't screwing around with things that they might take advantage of. Whereas if it's the people themselves, they can make that decision. So they have more instruments, and that's an important economic principle that gives community forestry an economic advantage. The other thing that's really quite clear is community forests are determined, they're committed to stabilizing employment. And they do it in a variety of ways. They'll stage work to provide more stable employment. They'll support diversification, where stockholders in New York, as I'm saying, won't support diversification. It's not to their benefit. They'll work with other businesses to maximize the community product, and that means to maximize the wealth of the people. That was 10 points. They're just boring economic points. I consider this sort of like a spray bomb, a fog dispersant. You go into a meeting with the people talking about tenure, the bureaucrats, the companies, and they put up this fog of economic confusion. Each of these points you can think of as one little squirt saying, no, that's not true, you don't have to believe that, I'm not going to believe that, get rid of that nonsense. Let's go on to talking about how we're going to get community forestry and save the northern economy. I'm done. Thank you very much.
10 minutes, okay. And there, and there, and there, and there. All right, go back and forth. Name and organization.
Thank you, David. I'm Doug Reed. I'm with the Ontario Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry. I've really been interested in community forestry for a long time. I'm a silviculturalist, and my understanding of the experience in British Columbia is that these are largely small land holdings that are tied to the community, and within those communities there's also a larger, typically multinational corporation that has a large processing facility that they can sell wood to. So I just want you to comment on the need for there to be both the community forestry in concert with these facilities that are going to be the main purchasers of wood that's coming off of these pieces of ground.
Okay, it's a good question. Mystic is an interesting example because they sell wood to one mill, or they sell pulp to one mill, and they own another mill, the sawmill. So it's not necessary to be an outside company. In the case of any small operation, of course, they've got to sell on the market. There's no reason why the mills have to be tied to the community forest. And so if you have small ones, they're simply going to produce and sell. If you have large enough areas, they may have the mills as well.
Dr. Robinson, you are delightfully honest, you're brilliant, and you're also brave. My question is, do you travel with a bodyguard? My real question is, you've done a really good job of showing why community forestry is long overdue. What are the obstacles? Why haven't we done this? I moved here 38 years ago, I've been espousing this, it isn't happening. What's keeping us from doing this? And my name is Bruce Hyder.
Well, Mr. Hiley, the obvious reason is political. In fact, if you've allocated a set of rights to harvest to a group of people, they use some of the money, some of the profits to maintain those rights. It's really simple. People who have a stake in the current system resist changing it. And some of those are bureaucrats, and some of those are council members in small towns, and some of them are the companies. They fight to keep the rights they have. That doesn't mean it's a good system. The dinosaurs went extinct. I'm kind of hoping the current tenure system will go extinct. It is 400 years old, you know. It was designed for a completely different world. It was designed, in fact, when the lands that we now live in were empty from the point of view of the government. There were First Nations there, but of course everybody knows they didn't count. That's not the case anymore. First Nations count, and there's other people living in the forest, and damn it, they ought to manage the forest. It's really simple.
Yes, my name is Alex Billick. I'm a consultant, and I also teach at LU as a contract lecturer. My question was related to how do you deal with landscape level biodiversity questions and biodiversity impacts like species at risk, caribou, that affect a small scale community. So if you say have an Armstrong community that's told there is now caribou, there's woodland caribou issues, how does that work under the community forestry model? And how does that work for economics? Because how is that managed within the community to make sure that they can get access to wood, right? If there's a landscape level issue that covers Thunder Bay to Ignace to Upsala, all these different communities, how does that integrate under your system?
I have a tendency to think that's not a real question. How does it work under the current system? You have some provincial level.
At an SFL level, it's managed across.
Yeah, okay, the point is this view that the SFL level is magical and it's the right level, and that's not the case.
I'm not arguing that.
But
how do we work at a landscape? How do we work at a landscape level for the environment? And then if the review of that environmental policy says that we can't harvest wood in this area, and that cuts off the wood supply for one whole community, how does that work under the community forestry economic model? Is there a compensation? Like, where does that fit into the economic model? This is my question.
Okay, I think those are great questions. We don't actually have decent solutions for them now. I think that if you had more people engaged in the communities were making these decisions, they would also make alliances and work out some of those. I think there's still a big role for the province to bring in system-wide kind of regulation and guidance. So I think those are really good questions. We don't have answers right now. We're failing right now, and I don't think there's any reason to think that community forestry could be at all worse. Almost certainly better would be my suggestion, just because you'd have more people engaged in solving the problems.
Well, I'm not in the office.
Yeah, I did. I really enjoyed that. That's a timely and needed presentation. I'm Terry Hill. I'm a not so retired sociology professor. So, what just jumped into my mind kind of was the law of diminishing returns, supply and demand, and how that impacts on a community when a finite resource, unless there's reforestation going on at a rate that's going to replenish, how will that law of diminishing returns affect the economy of a community? If you could throw that in your model somehow.
Right. That's actually a nice question. The fact of the matter is, if you keep producing 2x4s, you need fewer and fewer people, and communities disappear. And that's one of the technological issues. And diminishing returns to increasing scale. But community forestry actually sort of goes outside. It increases the scope. You add more different kinds of enterprises locally. You use more of your local talents, develop more of your local talents. So you're shifting from scale, diminishing returns on scale, to capturing economies of scope that haven't been developed yet. I'm sorry if that's a technically, that's economist jargon, but when you start a new value-added business, that's expanding the scope of the community's economy, the range, rather than the size. And you don't have the same diminishing returns on that margin at this point.
Okay, I'm just getting coaching here from Brad. Can't operate a microphone. Dave, with all due respect, I think you gave us the answer. It was perfect. So we need provincial and regional coordination, we need regional landscape planning, and we need local people in alliances working together on the ground. And so it's the old think global, act local. I think you gave us the answer. Thank you very much.
Well, I like questions like that. I think one thing to note is that the concern for landscape and environmental issues has come from the bottom up, not the top down. It's the communities that insisted on improvements in these areas. And I think that will continue. I think that's actually and that's the level that you can trust. So you're going to throw me out now? No?
I am not going to throw you out. I'm going to feed you. So let's put our hands together for a wonderful economic presentation. We have a gift for you, David. Excellent presentation. All right. Oh, yeah. Okay, so lunch is being served, or it is served.
Are you an Aboriginal entrepreneur with a business idea? Do you need financing to establish or expand your business? Contact Nishnawbe Aski Development Fund today. NADF specializes in providing business support and financial services to Aboriginal entrepreneurs and businesses in Northern Ontario. To turn your idea into reality, call 1-800-465-6821 or visit nadf.org. Nishnawbe Aski Development Fund, supporting Aboriginal success since 1987. Do you wish you had more choices when it comes to flying to and from your community? Or maybe you have a need for charter services to get a group to an event. Or how about shipping a parcel to a family member or friend? Whatever your air transportation needs, North Star Air is here to serve you. Call 1-844-633-6294 to book your travels with North Star Air, or book online at northstarair.ca. It's James from Net News Ledger. We're the NADF Forestry Expo. I'm here with Peggy Smith, Dr. Peggy Smith actually, from Lakehead University. This is an exciting conference.
Yes, it is, for a number of reasons. I think of a couple. One is that we haven't seen an expo like this in Thunder Bay for 12 years. So having it here is an indication that the forest sector is recovering from the recession. And secondly, the presence of First Nations and their involvement in the forest sector is indicative because of the fact that it's organized by Nishnawbe Aski Development Fund. We have the National Aboriginal Forestry Association here, and quite an array of First Nations speakers. And that's demonstrating this growing role of First Nations in the forest sector. That's taken a long time, but we're seeing results.
Now, we're also seeing Lakehead University here with an amazing booth and forestry drones, and LU has become the place for forestry.
Well, it always has been. Yes, the leading edge technology. We do have the drones that are being demonstrated here. As Brad Young pointed out from NAFA, we've got a very technologically a new industry that's developing, and the drones are part of that. We also have a booth of a research project that we're working on using biomass for district heating in the north, for both remote rural communities and First Nations that are in the area of the undertaking. So there's some great research going on, and that's just the start of it. We have Matt Leach here, who is our value-added expert in the faculty, and myself. I'm here, so yes, Lakehead is a hub, a center, and we're happy to be working with communities and bringing some of these ideas about how we can do better forest management, better marketing of forest products, innovative forest products. I think all those things are great.
So at the NADF Forestry Expo, I'm James with Net News Ledger. It's James from Net News Ledger. We're the NADF Forestry Expo. I'm here with Peggy Smith, Dr. Peggy Smith actually, from Lakehead University. This is an exciting conference.
Yes, it is, for a number of reasons. I think of a couple. One is that we haven't seen an expo like this in Thunder Bay for 12 years. So having it here is an indication that the forest sector is recovering from the recession. And secondly, the presence of First Nations and their involvement in the forest sector is indicative because of the fact that it's organized by Nishnawbe Aski Development Fund. We have the National Aboriginal Forestry Association here, and quite an array of First Nations speakers. And that's demonstrating this growing role of First Nations in the forest sector. That's taken a long time, but we're seeing results.
Now, we're also seeing Lakehead University here with an amazing booth and forestry drones, and LU has become the place for forestry.
Well, it always has been. Yes, the leading edge technology. We do have the drones that are being demonstrated here. As Brad Young pointed out from NAFA, we've got a very technologically a new industry that's developing, and the drones are part of that. We also have a booth of a research project that we're working on using biomass for district heating in the north, for both remote rural communities and First Nations that are in the area of the undertaking. So there's some great research going on, and that's just the start of it. We have Matt Leach here, who is our value-added expert in the faculty, and myself. I'm here, so yes, Lakehead is a hub, a center, and we're happy to be working with communities and bringing some of these ideas about how we can do better forest management, better marketing of forest products, innovative forest products. I think all those things are great.
So at the NADF Forestry Expo, I'm James with Net News Ledger. It's James from Net News Ledger. We're the NADF Forestry Expo. I'm here with Peggy Smith, Dr. Peggy Smith actually, from Lakehead University. This is an exciting conference.
Yes, it is, for a number of reasons. I think of a couple. One is that we haven't seen an expo like this in Thunder Bay for 12 years. So having it here is an indication that the forest sector is recovering from the recession. And secondly, the presence of First Nations and their involvement in the forest sector is indicative because of the fact that it's organized by Nishnawbe Aski Development Fund. We have the National Aboriginal Forestry Association here, and quite an array of First Nations speakers. And that's demonstrating this growing role of First Nations in the forest sector. That's taken a long time, but we're seeing results.
Now, we're also seeing Lakehead University here with an amazing booth and forestry drones, and LU has become the place for forestry.
Well, it always has been. Yes, the leading edge technology. We do have the drones that are being demonstrated here. As Brad Young pointed out from NAFA, we've got a very technologically a new industry that's developing, and the drones are part of that. We also have a booth of a research project that we're working on using biomass for district heating in the north, for both remote rural communities and First Nations that are in the area of the undertaking. So there's some great research going on, and that's just the start of it. We have Matt Leach here, who is our value-added expert in the faculty, and myself. I'm here, so yes, Lakehead is a hub, a center, and we're happy to be working with communities and bringing some of these ideas about how we can do better forest management, better marketing of forest products, innovative forest products. I think all those things are great.
So at the NADF Forestry Expo, I'm James with Net News Ledger. It's James Murray. We're at the NADF Forestry Expo, and I'm here with the Dean from Lakehead University, Ulf Runnison. And Ulf, you've got some exciting things happening in natural resource studies.
Yeah, the Faculty of Natural Resources Management is very proud to work with community outreach. We do a lot of First Nations work. We do a lot of industrial connections. We do a lot of industrial connections and community relations overseas. And we've always done it, but we're sort of ramping up. And in my own particular area of expertise, which is remote sensing, the last couple of years we're focusing heavily on drones or UAVs. And they're really taken off in this area, and they don't replace traditional aerial photography or satellites, but they provide a niche, and there is really a large interest in both the mining community and the wildlife community and the forestry community to get these things going. And so as a university, our main focus is to build capacity, not selling anything. We're showing high-end stuff, and we're trying to get community folks of various flavors to get good at this, and they can do it themselves.
So for students who want to get involved and attend Lakehead University, how do they reach you?
Well, they simply go on to our webpage, Natural Resources Management. We're very heavily focusing on things that are very important for the job market right now. Our students are 100% employed, both while they're students and when they graduate. And these technologies linked to wildlife, First Nations, community outreach, economic development, it all goes together. And again, we're also heavily focusing on reaching the international community. So every summer we have people here from various parts of the world, and our Canadian students for the last number of years, all of them have an opportunity, if they so wish, to go overseas as part of the program to learn things, not to sit in a classroom, but to learn things, what it means to work with a school teacher somewhere, what it means to work with a biologist, a forester, a water specialist. So this year, for example, in September, we're taking our third-year students to China, and they're going to be there for 2 weeks to learn what the Chinese do. And then 30 of the Chinese students are coming to us in September. So it's everybody wins.
So it's a little bit like with your drones, the sky's the limit at Lakehead University.
Well, I don't put it that way, but it's a good place to be. Enrollment is growing, and we're very pleased to be part of the community. The university is there for the community, and it seems to be that the community appreciates us to be there, and we also collaborate very closely with the college.
Ulf, thank you for taking the time to talk to us.
Thanks for asking.
And I'm James Murray in the Net News Ledger at the NADF Forestry Expo. So we have Jessica here testing out the mining truck and the simulator on the CAT mining truck. What they tell us is the best operators of a lot of this equipment seem to be the girls. So Jessica's going to compete against the guys and see how she does. Right now it looks like she's about to go over a cliff, but it doesn't look like it. Uh-oh. We're getting close to that rock. If you look in your rearview mirror on the far side of the screen, you can see where you've been. And the simulator gives you all of the action of what you're doing. This is James with Net News Ledger in the simulator with Jessica. Stephanie from Lakehead University is in the forestry program. Today she is sitting in the CAT simulator learning how to play and have fun while she's working in the ripper. She's going down 6 to 7 centimeters right now, and she's turning while she's ripping. The simulator is actually shaking, as you can see in the video, as it would be doing it if she was in the actual machine. This is James with Net News Ledger at the NADF Forestry Expo with Stephanie. It's James Murray with Net News Ledger. We're here at the NADF Forestry Conference with a really big crowd of people showing up. How are things happening for the conference?
Well, we're happy. We're excited about the number of people that have showed up so far. We have great speakers, as you know, that are lined up. We had 2 so far that we've heard, and we continue to have people come in and visit. So we're looking forward to a great afternoon, and also it runs into the evening, like I said, to 7 o'clock. So please come out.
And the trade show itself and the job fair, they're free for anybody that wants to come out.
Yes, it's a free event, and the conference, there's a fee of $150, but the job fair and also the trade show part of it is free.
So we're at the Valhalla Inn for the NADF Forestry Conference. I'm James Murray with Net News Ledger.
Thank you.
Are you an Aboriginal entrepreneur with a business idea? Do you need financing to establish or expand your business? Contact Nishnawbe Aski Development Fund today. NADF specializes in providing business support and financial services to Aboriginal entrepreneurs and businesses in Northern Ontario. To turn your idea into reality, call 1-800-465-6821 or visit nadf.org. Nishnawbe Aski Development Fund, supporting Aboriginal success since 1987. Do you wish you had more choices when it comes to flying to and from your community? Or maybe you have a need for charter services to get a group to an event? Or how about shipping a parcel to a family member or friend? Whatever your air transportation needs, North Star Air is here to serve you. Call 1-844-633-6294 to book your travels with North Star Air, or book online at northstarair.ca. Do you wish you had more choices when it comes to flying to and from your community? Or maybe you have a need for charter services to get a group to an event? Or how about shipping a parcel to a family member or friend? Whatever your air transportation needs, North Star Air is here to serve you. Call 1-844-633-6294 to book your travels with North Star Air, or book online at northstarair.ca. Hey, it's James Murray. I'm in the Net News Ledger studio today with Brian Davies from NADF, and we're talking about the NADF Forestry Expo that's coming up. Brian, welcome to the newsroom.
Thank you very much for having us.
Tell us about the Forestry Expo.
Well, we have the Forestry Expo coming up on April 22, 23 at the Valhalla Inn, and we're expecting close to 60 exhibitors that are coming out from, they're either business related to or actual companies in the forestry, like mills and so forth, like we've got Resolute and Domtars, and it's also a free trade show that's happening during the days.
Okay.
And we also have at the same time a conference. The conference part of it is paid, though. The fee is $150, but we have great speakers that are going to come and talk about some of the best practices with respect to, particularly as it relates to First Nations engagements with companies and creating wealth together. And basically, that's what we have for a couple of days, and we certainly invite everybody out to come for the couple of days.
So there's a lot of opportunity there for people to come in. For example, we were talking earlier, if you're looking for work, would you come to this summit?
Oh, definitely. We're going to have a job fair set up as well. There's going to be a spot, one or two that are set up where employers can meet with potential employees and talk about some of the job opportunities that are available. And if you are looking for a job, this is where you want to be. It could be anything related to the forestry industry. It could be a business, a supplier to the industry. This is where you want to be, and we look forward to having them there for sure.
Now, there's a lot of people in the past few years have talked about, Northwestern Ontario and forestry is dead. Is forestry dead in Northern Ontario?
Well, why we got involved in this is because in our loans, Nishnawbe Development Fund is a Aboriginal financial institution, and we started noticing an uptick in our loans with respect to fellow bunchers, equipment trailers, forestry-related equipment. And we said there's something going on here, so there's obviously interest. So we put it out there and we sold out. It was only a matter of time. It was only a couple of months before we actually sold out the whole event. And there seems to be a large interest that have registered already coming to the conference itself.
So far from dead, forestry may be making its slow, steady comeback.
I think so. I noticed, based on some of the advice that we've been getting from particularly our wealth manager, that the forestry industry, particularly across the border in the United States, the housing market is growing. So when that happens, there's a need for forestry activity to happen in Canada. So as you know, they're one of our largest partners when it comes to exports. So it does have an impact, and we're beginning to see that.
And for the business owners and buyers, what are their benefits to the Forestry Expo?
Well, this is a great opportunity for them to see the different products and services that are available. It's been a while. I think 2003 at the Tournament Center was the last time there was a large trade show like this. So, we're long overdue, and these buyers and suppliers are going to be seeing catch up, right? What are some of the innovative products that have been developed in the interim since that time by these various suppliers and companies? So it's great for buyers, and we encourage them to come and see our event, and we understand there's a large number of them coming, so that's good for the show as well.
So this sounds exciting. And then, of course, the other side is that you're going to be introducing best practices as part of the conference.
That is so important. As you know, there's a lot of activity. Where you have forestry activity, it's usually on traditional lands within Ontario here. So what we try to do is present wealth creators, the people that develop the forest, and the suppliers, and also the people that have the traditional land, the First Nations, and we bring them together and explore these opportunities together. It's a win-win situation. Whenever you have win-win situations that involve the First Nations and the companies and the overall development of the forestry, not only is it good for those parties, but it's also good for Northern Ontario and for Canada as a whole, and the economy as a whole. So it's a win-win all the way around.
Brian, I thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you very much.
About this. Miigwech.
Miigwech.
The suite's back on the table. Ask speakers die. Over our speakers from RBC to make sure the presentation is loaded with the gentleman in the corner who's helping us. Y'all ready there? I'm going to just call us back into the room here and move into some housekeeping first, gentlemen and gentle ladies. There are evaluation forms that are being handed out. The organizers, the Nishnawbe Aski Development Fund, and the advisory committee would greatly appreciate it if you took some of your valuable time here and filled those out. Good, bad, what you like, what you didn't like, details in terms of rooms and accommodations, food, suggestions are wide open. On that note, I want to thank the wonderful staff here at the Valhalla Inn for some great meals and the service here. Thank you very much. You can hand in your evaluations to the registration table outside the door here or the co-check area in the foyer. Please do patronize the craft tables, the trade expo, the entrepreneurs who are taking their valuable time and sharing some of their products with us. Just looking for Miss Denise here if there was anything else. You see the RBC presentation is up. Gentlemen, why don't you start making your way up here? I'll leave the introductions to yourselves because there's a few different versions of speakers. Thank you for filling in on short order. And the floor is yours, RBC and equipment financing.
Thanks very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to thank you for having us here today. My name is Anthony Bergamo. I'm one of the senior commercial account managers here for the Royal Bank in Thunder Bay. I'm also happy to be joined by Bob Link. He is one of our equipment financing specialists. He comes to us from North Bay, so he's up for the week, so it couldn't have worked out better that he was able to attend as well. So the two of us are going to say a couple things today on equipment financing. We're going to talk a little bit about, if you want to go to the agenda. Gotcha. Okay. So the agenda, we're going to talk a little bit about the forestry outlook and current market conditions. We're also going to talk a little bit about equipment purchasing process. We're going to talk about financing options that are available, keys to credit availability, and also happy to take any questions we have afterwards. So we're going to keep it pretty generic. We're not going to hit some specifics in terms of detailed ratios or things like that, just more financing in general. How can banks and institutions help provide the financing? So first off, I just want to talk a little bit about the forestry outlook. So on here we have U.S. housing starts for the last 14 years. You can see the first column is basically total starts. The third column is single family starts. So historically in the U.S., they've averaged 1.5 million to 1.8 million housing starts or total starts yearly. That changed dramatically in 2008 when some of the economic crisis hit, and you can see we are kind of coming back. We are nowhere near where the historical norms have been, but we are making good progress over the last little while. So if we look at single family as well, they're looking for this year to be about, or I guess annualized right now, we're flat at about 645,000. But you can see the last couple of years there's been 24, 16, 4%. These are all positive things for the lumber industry and obviously the U.S. recovery. So I just wanted to highlight a little bit of that. In addition, just wanted to talk about where we expect things going. So first of all, U.S. housing starts averaged, as I said, about 1 million in 2014. This is 31% the 50-year average. So despite having some good progress the last little bit, we are still well below the 50-year average for the U.S. economy. We are seeing supply declining and demand accelerating in the U.S., and home building will continue to gain momentum, and we see good things through 2017, 2018. In terms of the Royal Bank, our economic team, our forestry team is expecting the U.S. starts to increase by 10% this year, as well as 11% in 2016. The consensus market expectations are a little bit more bullish at 16% for 2015 and 20% growth for 2016. So some good things happening in the U.S. I think we see it, and everyone is projecting some good numbers. So what we have here are lumber prices. So these are lumber prices last year as well as projecting out to 2019. Last year's lumber prices had averaged about $350 per 1,000 board foot. This year we are down a little bit. We are down, and the latest number as of I think April 10th, the average sale price was about $269 per 1,000 board foot. So that is a little bit less than where we've seen. We are expecting the average to be about 330 for this year, and going up steadily over the next couple of years. So that is positive momentum. So despite lumber prices actually going down a little bit this year, this does not factor in obviously the change in the US dollar versus the Canadian dollar. So the real, I guess, value of the lumber price has actually gone up the last little bit thanks to the appreciation of the US dollar. This is providing some good exchange for our lumber producers. This is basically, again, lumber prices extrapolated over the last 40 years. You can see it was a high of 570 per 1,000 board foot down to a low of 220. So we have made some good momentum here. And as the chart indicates, we've seen a 140% increase in softwood lumber prices from 2008 to 2012. Sounds like a big number. That said, we're still well under the average. So we are making good progress, and despite the significant gains, we're not expecting that to decline. We still see some good movement going forward. So I'm going to turn it over to Bob. He's going to talk a little bit about just the buying process as well as some options through loaning and leasing. So Bob, thank you.
Thank you. So with that good news in the forestry industry, not really exciting, but certainly optimistic, and things are in fact happening out there, and we are seeing that in the equipment. So I answer for what financial decision because two different things. On one hand, you're purchasing a piece of equipment to operate out in the forestry, and on the other hand, you're purchasing some financing to do that. It's very convenient to go into a supplier's office and fall in love with, the analogy I use, like candy apple with highway transport, and sign up the documents right there. They make it very, very convenient, and sometimes the cost is considerably more. They are two different processes, so you should look at them separately, and we would ask that you investigate a lot of different options that are available to you. Traditionally, there are a few places that you can get the financing. Obviously, banks, we're out there trying to get you to borrow money from us. We tend to have the lower cost of funds because we do such a large volume of business. We're also a little slower. It takes more time to examine your financial statements, look at the market outlook, look at what your business outlook is, and so consequently we know the risk a little bit better, and we can put it out at a little lower cost. There are captive finance divisions of the equipment manufacturers, so Cap Financial, John Deere Financial, and so on. They're all out there trying to make it easy for the vendors to move their equipment. And then there's also the non-traditional financial services. There's a lot of money coming back into the marketplace that wasn't out there before. And these are smaller financial companies that may be very specific to a particular type of equipment or service that they offer. And you may also see brokers coming out, knocking on your doors or knocking on the trees out of the forest, trying to get your business out there. They are purely service providers who will go and do the shopping for financing for you. You don't usually establish any sort of relationship with the ultimate finance company, be it a Wells Fargo or a CIT or something else that's out there. But just recognize, and I know you've been around for a while, just recognize that you are in fact going to be paying the broker for that service, whether it's incorporated in the final financing costs or you actually cut a check for their service. The next point there, obviously investing in productivity is necessary. Sometimes if your equipment gets so old, you end up replacing or fixing it with bubble gum and baler twine, as they used to say in the farming industry. And you can only do that so long because your maintenance costs are running up so high that you will no longer be productive and efficient. Fortunately, right now we're in a very, very low interest rate environment, so the cost of borrowing is considerably cheaper, and cash flow will support a lot more debt. A couple other points, I won't have to read them all off there, but you can have fixed or floating rate transactions. And with the interest rate environment the way it is right now, some people might think, well, floating rates are really good, they're down pretty low. Well, they are, but they don't have much room to go any lower. There is a lot of room for them to go up, as we have seen in the past. So why not fix into something right now for your 3, 4, or 5-year term that's there, locking in at the low rate and exactly what your cost of borrowing is. Some of the assets that we have financed in the forestry sector are certainly the obvious ones that are in there. Chippers, excavators, whatever that's being used there in the forest. We try and generally these companies will finance over the economic usefulness of a particular asset. And for those suppliers that might be in the audience, we also look after your forklifts, perhaps the shelving that's out in your warehouse, delivery trucks that you have, so not just restricted to the forestry industry from a leasing and financing standpoint. The traditional type of financing that's out there is equipment term loans that you often get from a bank or some of the original equipment manufacturers. Now, term loans, usually the financial institution is looking for you to have a little bit of equity into the transaction, in fact, oftentimes 25%. So you finance 75% over the life of the loan, make monthly payments. So conditional sales contracts, we more often see that in the transportation industry where it's a tri-party agreement. The dealer is selling a piece of equipment to you, and in return for payment from the bank, they assign that sale agreement to us, and we collect the monthly payments from the end user. Equipment leases, those are becoming much more popular nowadays because there are certain advantages to it. I'm not a tax expert, but I do know that CRA allows monthly payments, or the rental payments that are made on a lease contract would be 100% deductible against income. Why equipment leases are becoming much more popular is that preservation of working capital. You can often borrow more than that 75% loan to value of the traditional term loans. In fact, you can often see up to 100% financing by using an equipment lease. And then short-term rental contracts, you just have a real short job, you go and rent from a company. It's pretty expensive borrowing because they only put it out for the 3 or 6 months that you're using it, and they have to recover their capital costs plus some profitability, and they're carrying expenses, so that's pretty expensive. But and those also generally run from the lower cost to the higher cost type transactions. The equipment term loans, I'm going to turn the slide more regularly. The equipment term loans, the traditional ones that I've talked about, that you often have to put an equity position into it. The ownership remains in your name. The lender usually takes a collateral security on that piece of equipment, and you go ahead and operate it, maintain it, and everything else. HST is due on the purchase. HST flows back in. And as I mentioned, lenders often require you to have some sort of down payment to it, be it 10% if it was a government guaranteed loan, or 25% for traditional loans. Conditional sales contract to cover that up, the tri-party sale agreement. We pay the supplier and then collect the monthly payments from you, but you are deemed to be the owner of the asset. The ownership is in your name. And then the lease product, which I had already kind of skipped ahead to, up to 100% financing available on that. And it again depends upon your credit profiles. Capital leases versus operating leases. You'll sometimes hear those terms, but those are accounting terms out there. An operating lease is one whereby you would lease finance that particular piece of equipment at the end of the 3 or 4 year term, whatever it is. You can kind of take the keys back, drop them off on the supplier's desk. You will often be restricted from the number of hours that you can have on the equipment, whether there's too much wear and tear on the rubber that's on there. Any broken glass would have to be replaced or certainly paid for, and anything more than normal wear and tear. Kind of thinking what car leases might be like when you try to take back something to the dealer and measure up those issues. In the case of a capital lease, you're ultimately going to acquire that equipment at the tail end. Whether it's a bargain purchase option at the end, i.e. $1 or $10, or it's set up with a residual payment so that you sort of tends to lower your monthly cash flow requirements. That's all that a residual or a purchase option allows you to do with that type of transaction. HST is paid on the monthly rentals, so as you can see from a traditional purchase standpoint, you don't have to outlay quite as much cash with the lease transaction and goods. In the case of a lease, it's the lessor who goes to the supplier and actually buys that piece of equipment. So the ownership rests in the lessor's name, but the lessee has the control by use of it, and they have to insure it, they have to maintain it, and look after it. Unless, of course, you get a full service lease. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, so the lessor has title to the asset and maintains ownership until the lease is paid off. The number one question was management of working capital and cash flow. Cash is king. You get to keep more money in your jeans to finance additional inventories or operating costs, expenses that you have. And cash is king, so you maintain more cash, so that if you have any sort of economic downturn or unexpected expenses or something, you have it available too. In some cases, the lessor can provide interim financing, and that would be where you have maybe 2 or 3 pieces of equipment to acquire over a period of time. The lessor can pay for an individual piece of equipment and wait till the next piece of equipment comes in over a period of time, say 90 to 120 days or so. Pay interest only as those payments go out to the suppliers, but you get that equipment right away. We think predominantly in a production environment where they're putting in a production line and various conveyor systems, maybe some saws that go in there, maybe a palletizer at the end and a forklift, and they want to put all of that stuff together, but it's coming from different suppliers. Interim financing agreement is a great way to do it. The other one that I have on there to talk about would be a sale and leaseback, which is a little different transaction whereby you've already acquired a piece of equipment and you say, oh my gosh, I should have financed that at the outset because I'm a little tight on working capital now. So you end up selling that piece of equipment to the lessor and they lease it back to you. It's a good way to replenish the working capital in your company rather than perhaps a term loan. As mentioned, we talked about the short-term rentals, a contract between you and the vendor, normally for 12 months, and sometimes they will apply that short-term rental to the actual purchase price of the contract, or oftentimes they'll allow you maybe 90% or even as low as 80% to it, so there is some cost to it. And at that point, Anthony's going to talk a little bit more about the difference between new and established companies. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. Just wanted to kind of elaborate. Bob gave us an overview of different types of credit facilities that are out there, different companies that can provide credit. Wanted to talk about, in general, what do all these companies look for at the end of the day to establish credit for you. One thing that we've said a couple times is cash is king. This is quite evident back in 2008 when we went through a pretty big recession in the US as well as around the world. So certain companies that were very asset rich but cash poor had some difficulties. Other companies that had an appropriate level of debt and maintained a good working capital position did quite well. So if you look at the automotive industry, for example, Ford had refinanced a lot of its stuff before some of this hit. They were sitting with a lot of cash, allowed them to operate. GM and some other companies didn't have as much cash, and subsequently they had some other things that they went through to fix their business. So you got to have a balance of debt and equity, and we're not saying borrow against everything to the most you can, but don't pay for cash for everything, because if you run into hiccups, or if all of a sudden the company's having a problem, if you're having a problem, it's probably harder to access capital at that point. You can have everything paid for, but you're going to have a harder time accessing capital. So maintain a good balance, and that's kind of where that was coming from. So from a bank or a lending point of view, what are some things to keep in mind? So if you're a new company, Bob's mentioned this, we are going to look for, or our company is going to look for equity into a transaction. The expectations there, there isn't a track record of the business, there isn't a track record of the operator, whatever it happens to be, and there are some companies that will provide 100%, but generally most of the companies are going to look for some type of equity, so expect it. This goes with the equity. If you're putting money down, you got to have a reasonable expectation of debt. So don't think you're going to walk in, finance 5 new trucks at 100%, finance all kinds of other loaders at 100%, because the reality is that's probably not going to happen unless you have other people to backstop or provide guarantees, other equity outside of maybe yourself. That might be a reality, but be prepared. You're going to have to put some money in, and therefore you have to have a reasonable expectation of debt. A personal guarantee is likely going to be asked for depending on who you're talking to. Banks and some of the other companies are more relationship-based, as Bob said. We're not asset-based. So in all honesty, if someone's having trouble making payments, we don't want to take that piece of equipment back. That's not our business. Our business is having a relationship with that customer, figuring out what their needs are, growing with them, but not necessarily just asset-based people, where asset-based people are, if you don't want that or you don't need it, we'll take it back and we'll try and put it back in the market somewhere else. So there is a difference there, but most people, I would say to you, at the end of the day, are going to be more of a relationship-based, and there's going to be some element of a personal guarantee in there. Your personal credit history, or the company's credit history, is obvious. If you have a good personal credit history, odds are you're probably going to run your business the same way. Vice versa, if you have a pretty weak personal credit history, have had issues, the likelihood of having a successful company is probably going to be harder to demonstrate. So these are going to be looked at, and understand what your credit history is, because if you know ahead of time, it helps. Industry experience. So what experience do you have? If you're wanting to buy some new forestry equipment, are you new to the industry? Have you been working with companies for years? What experience do you have that can translate that piece of equipment into cash to pay the bills? Because just because you own a nice loader doesn't mean it's going to make money for itself. It's the person that operates it, it's the person that owns the company. So what experience do you have that you can demonstrate to the people who are providing the financing? That gives them comfort. Realistic expectations. This is an important one. We see projections all the time. Not too often do I see projections where someone says they're not going to make money. So sometimes they say it's not worth the paper they're written on. What we tell our clients is, or what good advice I would suggest to you is, have realistic expectations. Build in models where you're going to be down for a period of time. Build in a higher repairs and maintenance. Build in some things that you might not factor in. Because the reality is you're probably going to experience that. And if your projections experience it, number one, we can help finance it. So if you know, for example, that 3 months of the year you're slow, I can negotiate a contract with Bob behind me where we can do skip payments for 3 months and have larger payments in the other months. So it's not just trying to give a number that shows that you can afford the equipment, it's provide a realistic one, because if you provide something, we're going by what you're saying you're telling us you can do. And if we have to deviate, that's, it's always nice to know ahead of time. So build those into the projections. Contracts and customers, again, pretty important. What customers do you have? What contracts do you have? Are they short-term? Are they long-term? Can either party get out of a contract in a certain period of time? If there's a 30-day out, if you have to go buy $5 million of equipment to service this contract, and that other party can get out in 30 days, that's a pretty big investment you got to make, and do you want to take that investment on that risk? So we're going to ask those questions. It's something that you should ask yourself as well. So that's why the contracts and customers is important. Bob also did mention The government has a small business loan program. It is available through all the banks. It's a standard program. You're going to get the same rates, you're going to get the same terms through all the banks. The intention is to help facilitate new companies start businesses, new company buy equipment. So I think they can go up to $500,000 if real estate is included. Otherwise, I think it's $350,000. But they can potentially go up to 90% loan to value on the equipment. If we look at more established companies, little bit of a different thing because we're going to have a track record. So what do your financial statements look like? How strong are they? The biggest thing that we sometimes experience with our clients is everybody always wants to minimize what you pay for tax, but on the same token, they also want to be able to have easy access to credit. So there is a trade-off. If you're going to show nothing on the bottom line every year, there's going to be more questions. It's going to be harder to access cheap capital. If you have a balance of, I'm leaving more than enough money behind every year to make sure my debt payments get made as well as cover things in the future, you're going to have a very easy time to get capital, and it's going to be at a cheaper rate. So keep that in mind because there is a balance. If you're looking to ramp up or grow your company, taking money out to minimize tax is probably not an ideal strategy because you're going to need it. So talk with your accountant. We're not advisors, but that's something that you should do. And keep them, basically the financial services are going to look at you and say, if you want to grow, you're not helping yourself grow, okay? As well, if we have a track record, obviously you're going to have higher levels of debt that is going to be available for you. So we can do that potential 100% on equipment because maybe the total fleet only has 40% debt on it versus somebody else that might have 90%. So knowing what you have in terms of total debt will access higher debts on future pieces of equipment. With an experienced or with an operating company, what we try and do is be proactive. Is what do our clients need today? So as Bob mentioned, banks can sometimes be a little bit more slower when it comes to dealing with financing decisions. What we've been doing and what I think some other people are doing is let's build in place a proactive credit. If you need $2 million for the next 2 years to be able to meet your capital expense or capital purchase needs, let's build it in for you today, provided your company can sustain it, provided you've got the income and everything else. If you do, let's build it in today, because what happens is, it's just like a line of credit. If you have an equipment line for $2 million, you need to go buy a Cat 950 for $400,000 or whatever the cost would be. We can basically get an invoice, they get paid the next day. So it's very seamless. So that's a realistic thing that an existing company can have, but you got to be proactive. Where are you going and how are you going to get there? I think we've talked about the contracts and customers. Again, these are just as important for existing clients as they are for new clients. Also keep in mind concentration risks. If you do 100% of your business with ABC company and that company either shuts down, slows down, what impact is that going to have on your business? So we're going to look at it. It's not going to impact maybe the decision at the end of the day, but it's a discussion we're going to have with you is how can you maybe diversify your risk? Sometimes having 100% of your revenue from one client is a good thing. Just be aware of it, is what I'd say. The good news is, at the end of the day, most companies are going to be able to qualify for some type of credit. How much and what the rate's going to be dependent on your company. So we've kind of established this point, but I want to hit home. Money is out there, financing is out there, and capital has probably never been easier than we've seen over the last couple of years. Understand your business credit needs and organize your financial information before you contact your financial partner. So if you're looking to do some things, be prepared. Look at your financial information, look at your projections, understand what they are so you can be able to speak to it. Subsequently, if you've had a variance, if you've had a loss, if you've had something, again, be able to explain what that is. If you show up in my office and say, I'd like to buy something for $500,000, last year the company lost $200,000, but you really can't explain it, that goes to, I guess, management. And the more in tune you are with the company, the more that you know what's going on, it makes it easier for you to be able to articulate that to me, because I or anybody else is going to ask that question of you. So just be prepared for it. Another important thing I would suggest is describe how the equipment is going to help your business. So is it going to allow you to just simply replace an older one that's gonna reduce your repairs and maintenance? Is it gonna be something that's gonna have to cut back on the number of potential jobs that you may have? You'll save on some labor costs. What is this piece of equipment gonna do to your company once you finance it? So again, be able to articulate that. Communication is important, and this is where I say develop proactive relationships with your suppliers and your financial partners. We like to think of ourselves as partners to your business. The more that you communicate, the more that you tell us what you want to do, the more that we can help you. We can give you advice, we can tell you things to keep in mind. Again, if your plan is to grow your company, you know, let's build for it, let's structure it correctly, let's make sure there's an adequate level of debt, okay? Where are you going and how are you going to get there? And is it achievable? So you may want to grow to have 50 loaders or 50 pieces of forestry equipment in 2 years, but is it realistically achievable? If it's not, scale back how you get there. And as well as look for opportunities to partner with First Nation, with industry. There are ways that you can grow your business, diversify your risk, and that's an opportunity that is out there. We're seeing more and more of it, and we're providing financing to these types of transactions. Consistency of the information, again, is important. So management's ability to be able to produce in good and weaker economic times helps speak to your success rate going forward. So if you've been through an up period, a down period, and you've made money both times and adjusted your business, that's a pretty powerful statement. If you've made money in the up times but not in the down times, be able to explain why, as we talked about. I'd also like to say is know where you sit at all times. Have a good understanding of your financial information, whether it's an internal financial statement. Look at it, review it. If you don't adjust until later on in the year, it's probably too late. You're going to have losses bigger than what you would like to see, and it's going to make accessing credit a bit harder. Don't hide things from the bank. The more that you're proactive and the more that you communicate, the more that we can help. As well, I'd say is it's nice to keep payments low. We've talked cash is king, but don't look to stretch something more than the useful life of the equipment. If you put a loan on for 7 years, but the reality is in 5 years, you're going to have to replace it. You're going to walk into a problem where you're going to have a residual. You're going to have something left on the equipment, and it's going to be your debt's more than that piece of equipment. So don't put yourself in that position. If your contract's for 5 years, maybe structure it over 4. This gives you an opportunity to pay down your debt, build up some cash, because you probably have to reinvest in your capital for the next part of the contract if it's renewed. And last but not least, I'd say is don't fall in love with excess equipment. All too often we see people just keep excess equipment in their business. If it's not being used and it's not generating you cash, it's depreciating. You're probably paying insurance on it, you're paying other overhead costs on it. If you're really not going to use it, sell it off, get the cash. Your cash is more valuable in your company than it is for old equipment sitting on the ground. And that's kind of an overview of, I guess, the financing side. Bob and I are happy to take any questions you may or may not have. So feel free.
10 minutes. 10 minutes. Everyone's buying equipment, guys.
Barely, yeah. We'll have to have some cards.
I have a question.
Okay.
A lot of the First Nations don't have the equity. How can RBC help with that? Because the houses that they usually live in on the First Nation belongs to the community, not. They don't have a whole lot of assets.
Correct. So I can't answer that wholly for you. What I can tell you is from our standpoint, from the Royal Bank standpoint, we have 2 individuals that deal specific with Aboriginal type lending on the commercial side. Bob and myself deal with basically commercial companies operating for profit. So if we're looking at First Nations directly, Herb Zobel and Aaron Kakapita work in our office. But there are ways that we can structure financing for First Nations strictly for that purpose. I don't want to tell you exactly how we do it because they can do it better and I don't want to tell you something's wrong. But there is ways that we do it and we do it all the time. So that is out there. This is more, if you have a for-profit company and you're wanting to get into the business of whether it's providing trucking services of fiber from ABC Forest to ABC Mill, that's where we kind of get involved. So a little bit of a different standpoint. So I don't want to deflect it, but I'm not the person to answer that question. Yeah.
I guess everyone is digesting the dessert. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for RBC for filling in. And it's a very informative 101 on financing in the forest, a critical aspect of any operation.
Are you an Aboriginal entrepreneur with a business idea? Do you need financing to establish or expand your business? Contact Nishnawbe Aski Development Fund today. NADF specializes in providing business support and financial services to Aboriginal entrepreneurs and businesses in Northern Ontario. To turn your idea into reality, call 1-800-465.
I don't know if you have a presentation.
I do, yeah. You forgot the F. That's okay.
Okay.
M&R F. I'm still getting used to it myself.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, thanks everybody. We're really happy to be here to talk about M&R and our relationship with First Nations lately over the last few years. Sorry, I'm getting a lot of feedback here. Better turn that down. All right. And thank you, Denise, and others for organizing this. I haven't been here very long, but I've heard great things from everyone I talked to. This event, it seems very well organized and very well run. So I struggled a little bit with the title for this because Denise was bugging me. I was very negligent in getting her information about my bio and my picture and all that, and the title. I knew what I was going to talk about, but I wasn't sure what the title was going to be in it. After going through all the stuff I want to talk about, I realized it's all about relationships. So let's get into the presentation here. There's 4 things I really want to talk about. I briefly want to talk about power, rights, and interests, and which of those 3 things I'd rather talk about. I want to show you some maps that are changing through time as it relates to First Nations and management of the landscape and business involvement in forestry activities. And I want to talk very briefly about M&RF's new structure because that's we've made some changes recently that I think are kind of beneficial and worth talking about. And I want to talk about opportunities with M&RF for young people, Aboriginal or otherwise. All right, so this is power, rights, interest triangle that a lot of folks that are involved with conflict resolution, it's a model they use to kind of understand where you are on the spectrum of a relationship. And there's power when you're dealing with political actions and roadblocks and protests. There's rights when you're in the courts and thinking about treaty rights and that level. And there's interests about economic development, land stewardship, cultural identity, health, housing, that kind of stuff. So this is some pictures. We all watch the news and we hear about things that are happening around the world and in our backyards, and we know what the power argument is, or power discussion, power relationship is all about. And as a forester, as a public servant, I can't do much in that environment. All I can do is keep people safe and away from stuff that's going on. The rights thing, well, that's for the Supreme Court and lawyers to argue about. And as a forester and a civil servant, I don't have a lot of stuff to do in that arena. However, interests, when we're working with communities and we're sitting down talking about those interests, there's a lot we can do, for sure. And we've had a lot of experience, and that's the game I want to get in on. So, onto the changing map. I had a regional director recently retire, and he was having a bad day once, and he was trying to make progress around the region. I said, Al, think about the map. Think about how it's changed over the last few years. So here's 2007. That's a map of our region. And at the time, there were 2, I would say, First Nations wood products ventures in this region. One is the Resolute Sawmill on Fort William First Nation. The other one is Manitou Lumber out near Fort Francis. This is what the map looks like now. More red dots, more businesses that are actually up and functioning and running and employing people. Some yellow dots, which are businesses that are planned, and I'm sure I'm missing a bunch of yellow dots because there's always businesses in the pipe that are coming along that people are thinking about. So that's good. And then I've colored in some of our management units, what people call SFLs. And there's a whole bunch of units, both productive forestry units and units in the far north in terms of land use planning, that I would say have significant First Nations shared management of the resource. And that's happened just in the last 6 or 7 years. So I'm going to tell stories about some of these. So the first one I want to talk about is the White Feather Forest. When I first started with M&R as a young you know, clever analyst running computers and doing GIS work. I had the good fortune to work with the folks at Pekanjicum. I saw a Pekanjicum jacket here somewhere. The folks at Pekanjicum decided to write a land use plan for their traditional area. And we partnered with them and produced this document. It's now it's M&R land use policy. It took a long time to do. It took about 7 or 8 years to get this thing done. The council empowered the elders. They said, we want the elders to write this plan. So lots of elders involvement, lots of meeting rooms full of elders, lots of long discussions. I don't know if you know, but the elders of Pekanjicum, only one of them spoke some English. So everything was translated, everything was very slow. I learned how to listen very carefully. They taught me how to listen. So there I am in the picture there with the late Whitehead Moose, and probably the best day of my career ever. Taught me a lot that day. I was put up in front as the M&R guy, talked about caribou in the far north. I had all the data, I had the GIS. Whitehead let me go for about 10, 15 minutes, and then he stood up and said, let me tell you about caribou. And of course, it was all in Ojibwe, I had no clue what he was talking about. And through translation, he and I gave a really neat presentation. He was pointing to the screen, and I was moving, zooming in. It was a great day. So, community-based land use plans. We've got, that Whitefeather was the first one. We've got lots of experience with that. We've completed 4 of them. This is last year's slide, and I don't follow the land use planning stuff as well as I do, so maybe some of these other ones that are in progress are completed or near completion. But you know, that's it's a sharing of the land, a sharing of management planning. The Whitefeather land use plan is called Keeping the Land. So that was new ground for us, and it was really important work and very valuable to the people up there. Another example of sharing management responsibilities, what's happening on the Kenora Forest with the Mittagoog group. Mittagoog is a board of directors which involves forest industry and local First Nations. They've gotten together in a partnership they call Mittagoog. They've got a company called Missoon, which is their service provider, and they run the Kenora Forest, and they're doing some work for us through contract on the Whiskey Jack Forest. And it's going quite well. I can't remember how many First Nations are involved now. It's grown. It's been a bit, started with 5 or 6, and it's grown. Weyerhaeuser's a big player in this. Weyerhaeuser has the hardwood mill in Kenora. And Ann Giardini, the president of Weyerhaeuser, said, it's been a personal vision of mine that forests can be landscapes of reconciliation. So it's really important to Weyerhaeuser and other companies, and I've been talking with some company folks here I know. Everyone's doing business with First Nations these days. And it's quite a positive environment. The environment I work in is very positive, very interest-based, as I said, and it's about relationships again. So another example, this one's kind of unique, is the Lake Nipigon Forest. And prior to 2008, it was run by a company called Lake Nipigon Forest Management Inc., and that company had 2 classes of shareholders, A and B. Class A were the facility license holders, and they were kind of the shareholders in charge. And they had Class B shareholders, which were the local harvesting companies, largely owned by local First Nations, and there's some folks in the room who are involved in that. And through the economic downturn, all the Class A shareholders left the company. Either their businesses folded, or they just left town, sold the mill, went on to other things. And the 4 First Nations were left saying, let's restructure, let's change how we do business, and let's run this forest. They're currently in negotiations for an enhanced SFL, and you know, the world isn't perfect, but they're another example of where First Nations are managing the forest. Another example, and there's some folks in the room there was before lunch from Lac Seul, and I see Joe back there from the Kenogami area. In the last few years, we've had some bankruptcies with forestry companies, and we've had a few licenses, Crown licenses, get returned to the Crown. And so what we've done, we're in a pinch. M&R is not able to run a forest. We don't have those kind of resources. We have resources to administer the forest and do the licensing and all that kind of stuff. But we don't have the resources it takes to run the forest. We ran the Sapawi forest, little tiny Sapawi, for a year. It cost us tons of resources. We pulled people off of other jobs, reprioritized, but it was a strain on our organization. So that year was a very busy year for me. We scratched our heads a lot and talked to a lot of lawyers and talked to a lot of First Nations and realized that we could issue a normal harvesting license, an FRL. We made some changes with it, we got legal approval, and we made the language very close to an SFL, a long-term sustainable forest license. It's still an FRL, a forest resource license, section 27 of the Act, I think, and we can only issue it for 5 years, but it's given us a tool to hand at least interim management over to a First Nation. We told a number of First Nations, go and find a business partner, a forestry service provider that you can work with, and through some of our policy direction, we're allowed to give you a license without a competitive process. So you just need, all you really need from us is that solid forestry service provider or partner. So Laxul, I think I saw him in the lobby earlier, he signed an FRL for Obishkang Forest Resources in Nova Scotia. That company is running the Laxul Forest. Lots of wood is moving. Good relationship, growing relationship with Domtar. Sapawi Forest, they've got a great relationship. That's the Rainy Lake Tribal Group, and they've got a great relationship with Resolute, and they're running the Sapawi Forest. Kanagami Forest, similar thing. A company called Nida Kiminan, with there's a few of the board members here in the room. They're running the Kanagami Forest under an FRL. So, really good success story. Got MRF out of the bind in terms of running some units that we didn't have the capacity to do, and really building some capacity out in some of these areas. So one of the benefits of this, as I said before, is more wood is flowing from these forests than during the SFL insolvencies. There's a lot of competition between companies. Some call it hoarding wood. Now, the wheels of commerce are turning and wood is flowing. It helps that the economy is getting better as well. On the business front, we're seeing more and more First Nations businesses getting launched, up and running. There's a couple of pictures here, some of the ones I talked about before. There was a great article about a year ago about Doug Riffle from Wabauskang First Nation about his business and his partnership with a company from BC. So there's lots of good ideas out there, lots of value-added opportunities that are growing. So all these stories are about relationships. They're all about patience, communication, partnership, innovation, and words we in government don't always like: trust and risk. Trust is good, but risk is, talk to the bankers, risk is risky. All right, just one slide on MR's new structure. We've been very busy the last 3 years getting a corporate shuffle and a downsizing in some of our business areas. We've taken a lot of our business, our GIS and our financial business, and centralized it and found some efficiencies, and that's great. That's typical of what's going on in all kinds of industries and all kinds of businesses. But what's really important when you look at our organization is that district field offices have been retained. District offices and field offices have been retained. We're hiring tons of staff. We've hired over 200 technicians in the last year or so. So where we found efficiencies, where we were holding on to vacancies because we're managing budgets, we now have the go-ahead, and we're filling those positions. And their mission in the districts and field offices is to know the land base and to maintain and foster relationships. So that's really important. So you're going to see more M&R people out there on the side of the road, cutting operations, doing bridge inspections, whatever, and forming relationships, also visiting communities and doing those kind of things. So every district, it's really important that every district has a new position, and that is a resource liaison officer, a very special kind of position. That person reports directly to the district manager, and their job is to form and foster relationships with First Nations in that district. So they're a key person. I'm sure folks here already know who those are in some of the districts. Really, really key person, and really real good move strategically, I think, for our organization.
As well, the regional office has 2 Aboriginal liaison officers who do the same kind of thing, but they support the district resource liaison officers. One of them's in the room here, Andy Locke. I'm gonna wave, Andy. So if you're interested in knowing about that, or if you want to contact a district, talk to Andy and he can set you up. So last thing I want to do is talk about some opportunities for First Nations and other youth. We're going through a big change right now. We've restructured, we're hiring lots of young people in the technician area and forester and biologist area. And we're starting to see those baby boomers retire. They started about 5 years ago, and because of some changes to benefits, I expect we'll lose anyone we can, over the next 2 years. So we're going to lose a lot of managers. You're going to see a lot of people shuffling up in the system, and a lot more vacancies over the next couple of years. And we are having a hard time finding foresters. We're having an okay, but a challenging time finding biologists. Fish and wildlife technicians, anyone who's interested in Aboriginal relations, emergency management, enforcement, we're looking for people in pretty much all those categories. So, so send your young people out to go get education in those fields, but we've also got lots of summer jobs and lots of opportunities for interns and young people. Andy's got all kinds of information at our booth, so if you want to learn more, go talk to him and pick up some pamphlets. We've got Stewardship Youth Ranger programs, Aboriginal Youth Work Exchange program, the First Nations Natural Resources Youth Employment program, and 2 different types of internships. We've got the M&R and the Ontario Public Service Internship program. So there's lots of opportunities for young people. We have in M&R, we hire about 1,300 students annually. Most of them in Ontario parks. If you've been to a park, they're run by teenagers. But we're looking for young people every year and looking for lots of them. And we've got lots of work in parks, especially enforcement, fish and wildlife, fire, aviation, forestry, even some policy folks at a young age. So we've got lots of opportunities. And this is one of those programs, and he's got more information at our booth. Aboriginal Youth Work Exchange Program. I don't know all the details. Again, talk to Andy, but we've got 60 positions across Ontario in 2015. Most of them were in the north. Great opportunities for Aboriginal youth to work for M&R, perhaps on an exchange where we send our people to you. But lots of opportunities and lots of variety of work in fire, parks, GIS, forestry, enforcement, lands and waters. Lots of opportunity. So this is the last slide. This is a picture I keep recycling in every presentation I give when it regards First Nations. It's a young guy up in Kanjikam on a forestry tour as they were learning about the business and stuff, and he climbed into a machine and made a great picture. I think it just speaks a lot about the future and where we're going in this region and opportunity. All right, that's it. Any questions?
Yes, there should be questions. Yes, Force the corner. All right, Denise will be bringing the mic around. 10 minutes at least. At least 10 minutes. I know there's lots of interest in the room, Kevin.
Thanks, Kevin. My name is Ulf. I work at the university. That Stewardship Youth Program, how does that differ from that traditional Junior Ranger program? And if it is drastically different, is there any chance that the traditional program will come back?
I don't think the program will come back in its traditional form. I know it's near and dear to a lot of people, especially in M&R. A lot of folks got hooked on natural resources because they got that job when they were, 16, I guess. And but when you look at it through the corporate lens, we had a whole lot of people living in remote camps. Those camps were falling apart. Lots of liabilities, lots of expense, and lots of challenges with managing young people and liabilities we didn't really want to do anymore. So the big change is that it's now kind of a day program where you live at home and you come to work for us during the day, as opposed to living off somewhere else. And it's all about that liability. Unfortunately, it was a great program. Tons of M&R employees found their path through that program. Yeah.
Kevin Lynn Palmer, I'm at Matawa, Four Rivers Environmental Services. I have two questions. One about the Lake Nipigon initiative, the negotiations for the SFL. I know right now there's just the 4 First Nations you mentioned. For the negotiations, are there municipalities? Is there any industry? That's one, if you want to answer that.
Sure. I think, now I'm not that close to the 10-year program, and there's other folks in the room who are in those negotiations right now who can answer, but I know that when negotiations started, a wide invite went out, and I believe municipalities were invited to the early talks. Yes, industry is there. All the facilities that have commitments of wood supply are part of those negotiations. As a general rule of thumb, and I'm not sure about Lake Nipigon because I'm not close to that one, but as a general rule of thumb, municipalities are usually keen to start the discussions and hear what's going on, and then they realize this really isn't our business, and we're not interested in being part of that business relationship that runs the forest.
Thanks. And the second one's about the enhanced FRL. I was so glad you talked about that because I tried in the past few months to search for a definition of that. I couldn't find it anywhere. I don't know if there is one. I know you're restructuring at M&R, so I was glad to see if you might answer that, but I have a question actually about it. So I looked at your points. You mentioned that there are 3 that have been issued. My understanding, actually, because I couldn't find a definition a few weeks ago, I phoned someone at M&R and was told that the local forest management corporation, the Wing and Okama, they have 2 forest units right now under that. Those are EFRLs, and those will be converted to SFLs. So I'm trying to, that may not be the case, that's what someone told me. I was trying to get it clear in my mind, are those FRLs or EFRLs? Based on what you've said, that's not just a First Nations entity, it's both, right? Municipalities, so maybe you can speak to that. And I know you may not know. A lot of us don't know, and I hope we can get more information on this, so thanks.
Sure, thanks, Lynn. Good to see you again, too.
You too.
Yeah, so it was just today that I capitalized enhanced an EFRL. I was challenged by a director who was involved with the ESFL, Enhanced Sustainable Forest License, because that's a real thing under the Act. The changes to our Act a few years ago made it possible to have something called an Enhanced Sustainable Forest License.
The policy, not the legislation. The legislation's just for the LFMC.
Yeah, and there was some reg changes. Yeah, sure. And there was some reg changes that supported that, so that's what we mean by legislation. What I capitalized just today, because I felt brave, was the enhanced FRL, Forest Resource License, which is normally a harvesting license. And that was something, quite frankly, we did in desperation. We were stuck with managing a lot of crown units, and mills needed wood supplies, and very few, there was little interest in forming companies for ESFLs at that time. And so we got creative and turned a harvesting license into a short-term forest management license, if you want to call it that. It was intended as an interim step, and it really met a need. And quite frankly, it might be posing some challenges now because, hey, why wouldn't everybody want one of those? They're easy, they're quick, and but we really want to promote SFLs in the future, for sure. And hopefully these units discussions will mature and will form ESFLs.
And do you know if the LFMC, do you know anything about if those are FRLs?
I believe the LFMC has an SFL for both of those units.
Not yet, but they were holding these interim, either
Okay.
FRL or EFRL, but I just wanted
Yeah, I didn't work on that one, and they may have borrowed the FRL as an interim step. So maybe there's more out there than I'm aware of. Yeah, those are in the other regions, so I'm.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, no problem. We can find out for it if you want.
Yeah, it's evolving all the time, so it's
Yeah.
a moving target. Thanks. Anyone else?
There was a hand up in the corner. They got shy though.
What's that?
This question was already asked.
Oh, it was asked,
Oh.
okay. Okay.
Good, thanks a lot.
Okay.
6821 or visit NADF.org. Nishnawbe Aski Development Fund, supporting Aboriginal success since 1987. Do you wish you had more choices when it comes to flying to and from your community? Or maybe you have a need for charter services to get a group to an event. Or how about shipping a parcel to a family member or friend? Whatever your air transportation needs, North Star Air is here to serve you. Call 1-844-633-6294 to book your travels with North Star Air, or book online at northstarair.ca.
Toronto on the 520. There is a shuttle leaving here. It's at 4 o'clock, but if you're going to be on that shuttle, you have to be there a few minutes early. So just some housekeeping there. Looks like Scott has his bling. Yeah. His swag is coming up, and he's chomping at the bit to get on the mic. So without further ado, let's welcome Mr. Scott Weed, the CEO of CRIBE, which stands for the Center for Research and Innovation in Biomass Energy. His topic is forest innovation, and he's going to talk about some of the challenges, some of the opportunities, and he's got some hands-on, I guess, examples of the changing product array that we can generate from the forest. So Scott, the mic is yours.
Thank you so much. Well, it's a pleasure to be here. Pardon me 1 second while I get set up here. Let's see which way this goes. Perfect. Awesome. Well, welcome. It's been a fabulous 2 days. I've thoroughly enjoyed myself. And I hope that I can add to the discussion that we've had already on where forestry is going. That's the big question that we all have. And what does it look like? And I'm here today with a bit of show and tell, because I think sometimes it's an abstract concept of what is innovation, what is this. I know the next speakers who want to be talking about value added, but this is a bit of a nebulous concept of what is innovation in forestry. Is it making better diapers or better Kleenexes that hold more of your cold in on one blow or something like that? It's beyond that, right? Remind me not to go off script again. Okay. Today we're going to go through a bit of what is CRIBE, and it's a bit of a product placement here, but also the success. Like I said, it's a bit of a show and tell of what we've done with CRIBE so far in the first 5 years, and some of the challenges of where we need to go in the next while here. So, as you saw with the many presentations today, and especially with the RBC presentation with the housing starts, we saw in 2008, here's our capacity through the years, and we have, sitting in 2009, 50% reduction in capacity in Northwestern Ontario, with actually 80% Northwestern Ontario. So we're hit extremely hard. CRIBE was formed as a third party from the government, as an organization to fund where is this innovation. We need to be investing in the future. How's that going to happen? And so at that time, the government did many measures, and I'm not going to go through them all, but at the bottom, we have our set here. And what was it? Well, we had $25 million to invest over 4 years, which was stretched into 5. And it's in the commercialization of research and innovation. So taking it beyond the lab scale, there's some fantastic things that have been happening in the universities across our country and around the world, and how do we implement that into the commercialization stream. We fund up to 50% of a project in terms of a grant, and allowing really de-risking a lot of these projects. I'm not going to get too much into detail of those. But we've recognized that there's a lot of good research happening around the country with FP Innovations, the Biorefining Research Institute, the Sustainable Chemistry Alliance, etc. And creating those partnerships has been key to moving forward. Some of the things that I think are pertinent to here is we have some regional clustering opportunities that I'm proud to be a part of, and it's only a part of it. We have FP Innovations. Actually, doesn't have there's an Ontario presence for FP Innovations. What FP Innovations is it's the R&D arm of a lot of the primary industry in our country. And we have liaison officers in Ontario, but we don't have actual research happening. Well, CRIBE funding has changed that in that we have on the Thunder Bay Mill site a lignin demonstration center, and we'll get more into that. The Biorefining Research Institute at Lakehead, Confederation College is where our offices are, and there's strategic pulp and paper mills in our area, and we need these to champion to lead to success. You know what? I'm going to keep moving through this. Okay, so here's where we're at. What have we done so far? And the whole point of me putting this up here is more just to give an idea. There's a lot happening. There's many pathways for products to move beyond the 2x4 and the piece of paper. So where is CRIBE supported? Well, we've looked at new markets in the forest industry. Like I mentioned before, the lignin extraction and evaluation facility. If you don't know, lignin is part of the tree component. There's three components. You have lignin, you have cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin. And if you can imagine lignin as being the glue that holds that cellulose tree together, well, it's very important that it's a valuable component potentially. And what we're looking at here is what can we do with it? It's been a successful project in that it has been implemented commercially, and they're using it to glue back plywood as the adhesive in a plywood panel. It's the adhesive that holds that plywood panel together. So just like we're basically making a tree, instead of it growing from a cylinder, now it's flat and we glued it back together using its own glue again. Isn't that genius? Imagine that this happened 100 years ago and now we're just back at this place again. But anyway, it's a wonderful investment, and I see this being potentially having far-reaching implications in the forest industry. Part of this R&D facility would accept black liquor from other facilities from across the province and across Canada. So really developing Thunder Bay. I go to these conferences all around North America, and actually Thunder Bay is world class for testing lignin. We are. And so we should be proud of this. It should be something, we're on the map in terms of innovation already, and it's, we should be proud of the things that have happened so far, and, things are happening here that we may or may not really be aware of. So these are the labs that are based in Resolute right now, and they're supporting 6 full-time staff of FP Innovations, and postdocs from Lakehead University and other universities are partnered with it from across the province as well. So there's a real clustering opportunity happening. And this doesn't look so empty anymore. There's actually equipment in there that is providing all the different metrics that are needed to test your lignin, etc. So we've already seen some positive spin-offs. We had a company called Thesis Chemistry from Cambridge, Ontario. They've tested vanillin, which is your artificial vanilla. You can make that from lignin, and they're looking at that. We have the LignoWorks Research Network, which is a huge pan-Canadian research network looking at lignin, and other paper mills utilizing the facility to benchmark and test lignins and other materials. Collaborating with Lakehead, and we had this commercial plant, like I just said, announced in July of last year in Alberta, which is actually using the exact drawings and engineering that we established here in Thunder Bay, and it's actually implemented in Hinton. Another one that you might not have been aware of is in Renfrew. We have Ensign, which is, they make a renewable fuel oil. And it's a really interesting thing. What they do is they take wood chips from 9 local sawmills, and they take this residue and they put it into their magic process, is what I call it. I'm not a biochemist, so I call them magic processes. They have other technical terms for them. And out comes this fuel oil, which they sell to hospitals and other municipal buildings in the Northeast US, because the Northeast US, as you may or may not know, does not have natural gas, and they heat their hospitals with number 4, number 6 heating oil. And so they've been able to completely 100% burn this renewable fuel oil in its place. And when I was talking with him, he came up here last week and we had lunch, and I said, well, where's the cost? This must be astronomically more expensive for these hospitals, et cetera. And he said, you know what? The cost isn't actually the problem. It's the cost certainty that this product provides to them, because they're at the end of the pipeline or whatever you have it from getting product to them, and they're subject to the spikes and the lows that happen in the heating season every year. And so they're paying top dollar when it's top dollar season. They're paying that, and they can't budget for that. They can budget for a long-term contract. And so it's been very successful with their moving over to these municipal buildings directly. They didn't have to replace anything within their actual boilers. It's just a replacement. So a fantastic story there. They're looking to expand. The city of New York is actually now moving away from having number 4 as an acceptable fuel to upgrading it to a higher level to number 2, only being used in oil boilers in New York. So there's even more opportunities for this type of development. And this is happening in Ontario. See, there's the magic stuff. If you're an engineer, you might get pretty excited. I might have to turn quickly before you get more excited. G2 Biochem is another one. We have ethanol is a large part of the southwestern Ontario landscape now. We have corn-based ethanol happening. Well, guess what? You can make ethanol from wood, and it really negates that food for fuels argument that's really kind of tripping up some of the industry down there. And so we've partnered them with Lakehead University on looking at the problem with wood is it comes with other maybe I shouldn't say problem. The opportunity with wood is that it comes with more residuals than just ethanol coming out the end. You can do other things. There's parts with the lignin or the C5 sugars that you can't process in a C6 ethanol kind of conversion plant. So what is the value-added process of using wood to make ethanol? In terms of, and then they have this, they've developed this skid. I should have updated this picture. It's beyond a drawing now. They actually have a skid based right on the back of a tractor trailer. And I was there in early March, and there's literally a hopper with wood chips coming down into the front end, and it just goes, you know, doing its thing, its magic process. And out the other end, there's just this black liquid coming out that's a fuel. And then the other part is there's just one more pipe that comes out, and then used for anaerobic digestion of methanol, which they use back into the process again. So fantastic. This is cutting edge stuff happening in Ontario right now using wood fiber. This wood fiber came from Eastern Ontario. I should have mentioned. So you know, things are happening in Ontario that are beyond just the 2x4. Here in our home, we have the Confederation College biomass burner. This is a very successful project in terms of getting the regulatory hurdles mastered. And so some of the largest, what Brian Kurica could speak better to the cost associated with just simply getting a simple boiler going from the Ministry of Environment standards part. So the Ministry of Environment has been very interested in the emission controls and getting a more blanket assessment done for these types of installations to pave the way for far more cost-effective implementations of biomass burning for heat. Cross-laminated timber is kind of the word of the day right now in terms of engineered wood products and where things are going. The Ontario construction guidelines have changed where you can now build 6-story structures using wood, and cross-laminated timber is a portion of that. So what is cross-laminated timber? Well, imagine a piece of plywood, but instead of plywood, you have 2x4s all stacked this way, and then you have 2x4s stacked this way, and then this way you have 3 or 5 ply. You just stick it and glue it all together. You have an incredibly thick piece of wood. And this piece of wood is structural. You can use it to make floors or ceilings or walls, what have you, without any further structural additions. It's replacing concrete instead of replacing wood. We talk about the U.S. housing market in terms of our stick building or frame building of houses. This is tapping a completely different market in the municipal building and apartment size industries. This is something that wood traditionally has not even come close to in terms of addressing into that market. So it's a very big market that a potential to be building into. We've so far just funded a small cross-laminated timber installation. What we did is we funded it in the School of Architecture at Laurentian. So these architects, because the problem that we have here is the imagination of what can you do with wood. Well, it starts with the people designing the buildings. So if we can make the School of Architecture out of this new product, well then they can be learning and looking at it firsthand on how you can build with it. And so then we move into the guidelines, which are starting to move along those lines as well. And then eventually we have to train builders in how to build with this stuff. You can't just nail it all together. It's more like putting together a giant Lego set, and you have to have your master builders on site for that. Anyone who's seen the Lego movie, my kids have about 100 times would understand that reference back there. And here comes the show and tell that I have on physically. This here is a wood fiber car door panel, and it's made with 30% substitution with wood fiber from Resolute here in Thunder Bay. And so, we have some actual prototypes occurring right now. And what they do is they take wood fiber and it replaces the glass filaments in making this type of plastics. And they make these little pellets that have polypropylene and wood infused together, and they melt it together, and it comes into this die and gets put into these door panels. So there's actual stuff, and this is with Magna, which is one of the world's largest automotive parts manufacturers for Ford and GM, among other manufacturers. So there's actual real potential happening here. GrainCore is a similar technology based out of the University of Toronto, developed it, and that's actually a spin-off company from the University of Toronto. They're based out of Sarnia now. Same kind of idea. So we have investments across the province, all the way from the west to the south to the east. And we've had some real things happening with CRIBE specifically, but really more what I wanted to talk about today was the successes and challenges of where innovation is going, not just from CRIBE, but how are we going to move our industry to something brand new, and how does that platform look? Where does Ontario sit now in terms of worldwide competition for this? Because we're not the only ones thinking about this. We're not the only ones who just made a car door panel. However, it's, we can be proud of that for sure, but it needs to move on into commercialization. Some of the observations from the first 5 years, we did have a significant problem having most of our mills either closed or in receivership or restructuring of some kind. Investment was very difficult. I know when my predecessor, Lauren Morrow, you may know him, he's a very gregarious gentleman, and approaching businesses when the employee's worried about even working the next day. They're not looking at investing in anything. They just want to keep working. And so there was very difficult times in terms of garnering investment in a risky venture of innovation in that sense. And a lot of these projects are large and have a lot of capital intensive. They're very capital intensive. It's very difficult to get something like this going from even a banking standpoint. The banks won't touch something like this, where there is actually no market yet. So imagine going to them and saying, well, actually, I don't have any sales forecast for the next 5 years because we have to actually make a market for this. Good luck, right? So that's where CRIBE's coming in and helping de-risk some of those things. You can almost sound down on the industry for not investing, but you don't blame them. If there's no market, if the market doesn't exist, no one's going to invest in that. so I have a very much sympathy for this type, the lack of investment, because there's a new market happening, but there's no established market for offtake agreements, et cetera. The industrial capacity in Northern Ontario is very significant. The loss of forest industry capacity. However, the interest in renewable resources and biomass is very high from the downstream side. All the companies now want to start using forest biomass in their products somehow. Perfect. And there's a lot of interest in that, and the problem is getting that from the idea to the commercialization is hard, because scaling up and finding a market long term is the problem right now. And we do, one thing that, as an observation, we do have a critical mass of research skills being developed here in Northern Ontario. Some of the challenges that Ontario faces, and you've probably heard this throughout the time here, if not, then here you go. You have delivered fiber is a high cost, transportation and energy. These are not new things. Skilled labor force is one that we've addressed here at this conference. And the aging demographics in rural Ontario. I wanted to focus on this bottom one too, the imbalance between sawmill chip wood supply and ongoing pulp mill demand. We have the sawmill sector has a lot of opportunities if we can find more homes for the residuals that they're going to be creating. And there's some companies now that I'm working with that say, I can use 20 tons a day of sawmill chips. I mean, often their pricing is way out of whack, but don't come rushing the stage afterwards talking to me about this. But we're at a point now where they have these magic black boxes that will do certain things into different industries that I just finished telling you about at a scale that makes sense to tap onto the end of a sawmill or something like that. And the costs are getting there. This is not me, I don't have a magic wand here, and it's not something that, future me is going to regret saying this right now. Although that may happen, I may be quite a bit older by the time it happens, but it will happen. And it's happening around the world. And Ontario, thankfully, is on the more of a pat on the back than perhaps we are sometimes. Some of the opportunities, we have an available certified wood supply. We have the best managed forest in the world, in our country, and we need to be proud of that. We have traditional uses in decline, but there's lots of pellets and biochemicals, etc. are building up. We have the building code change in Ontario for the 6-story building construction. Good transportation infrastructure. We have a large chemical manufacturing capacity in the south. Chemical Valley in Sarnia has changed to the biorefining. They've changed their name they want to become a green Chemical Valley. We're looking to ship a lot of what we do to Sarnia to actually change into some new petrochemical, what they had as a petrochemical into a biochemical. Significant value-added wood product manufacturing in the south. We don't recognize that this is actually happening. They actually import upwards of $1 billion of products into Ontario in the south for what they do. And growing Aboriginal communities. I don't think I need to belabor that point today of the opportunities that we have there. So the path forward, in my 1 minute that I have left, is obviously focusing on more delivered wood costs, reduced energy costs, and lumber recovery. There's a lot of work happening in lumber recovery. Increasing the value of products, and working in the First Nations, working with all stakeholders to provide unbiased third-party support. So, I know I said a lot of words, but I hope what you get out of this at the end of the day is there are things happening. I sound positive because you have to be. Otherwise, you could just walk away. But we do have something happening. There are things happening in Ontario with Ontario-made resources and people, and the future for innovation is going up. So I'd like to thank you for your time, and if I have time for questions, I'll take it. So thank you.
That's 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Take that.
Hi, Scott, Nils Carl with Ottawa First Nations Management. Thanks for the presentation. It's great to see the innovation happening in Thunder Bay. Some years ago, the government, Ministry of Natural Resources, or maybe it was Ministry of Development Mines, there was a shift there. But anyway, there was a wood supply competition.
Yeah.
And the biggest allotment of wood in this province went to Rentec, an American company that was going to produce jet fuel.
Yeah.
There was a market in Toronto, the airport, and there was the wood, and supposedly there was the technology. Why didn't that go ahead? It was a great idea. Why didn't it happen?
So I can't speak to all of it, but I believe they were partnered largely with SDTC, the federal arm of the innovation side. And during that process, obviously when things get, the technology is something that still needs work, and not enough work to make something commercially happen today. That's where that project was. CRIBE didn't have anything to do with that. Myself or anyone with CRIBE, we didn't have anything with it. However, the technology is still there. I think it's just, it all comes down to once you can make anything you want. Am I speaking loud enough? You can make anything you want in a beaker. You can do fantastic things with wood. It's just when you have to scale it up to the, however many thousand liters they needed to make, you run into operational difficulties. And so their test facility in Colorado was supposed to be scaling that up, and you can talk to Rentec themselves, and see what happened. But my understanding is that's the problem is once you scaling from this fantastic thing that you've made in a beaker to something that makes sense operationally, you run into problems. And so maybe they jumped the gun. It's not for me to say, but that's that could have been, that's where it fell apart was in that scaling up exercise.
So I guess, there's some beaker in the trailer park type scalability here, 3D printing type of manufacturing. But when you marry that to the forest sector, I guess, needing a volume of wood supply pull through some of the traditional product transformation.
Yeah.
And then this is really tack on technology to increase the profitability of an overall group. Is that generally?
Yeah, thanks for that's a really good point. The primary product industry is essential for any sort of bio industry at this point. It's absolutely essential that it adds to the product stream, adds value to the existing products, what you're doing. Because a sawmill its primary product is the most important. However, if you can increase your other secondary streams to a value that makes everything make more sense, that's really the play right now. Yeah. Especially the next 5-10 years, it's not going to change from needing a healthy primary product industry.
Another question. Brian?
Hello, Al Anderson, Gulls First Nation. What I'm wondering about is, if you're going to make something else from the leftovers from the sawmill, like say the fuel that you might be able to use in another industry, I'm sure there's other chemicals that you have to put in there, and you also need a good supply of water. So I'm thinking on the environmental side, there's got to be some kind of waste coming out somewhere. So how does that?
That's a great question. That's a fantastic question. There are some processes. There's some processes that what we're looking at is almost more of a hub and spoke idea where you can't transport wood very far as a chip or a log. Very far being hundreds of kilometers. It doesn't make sense. but you can distill it into a liquid or a sludge of some sort that's much more dense. And if you can do that on site with minimal, basically just a digest of some kind, and often many of these processes don't use any chemicals actually. And so you can process it into this tanker and ship that tanker to Sarnia, where they do have the effluent treatment facilities to deal with processing it into some higher value. That's really the play. It's not really in developing everything at one. It comes out, you can just basically fill up your tank right at the end. It's not going to happen like that. But distilling it into a more densified fuel, our alternative, is a reality that we're working on, and moving it to a facility that can move that. The other thing I failed to talk about was the fact that, thinking of places like Resolute as a biorefinery, it's a $1 billion asset as a biorefinery. It's a huge thing that we have in terms of in the new economy as an asset for us. Does that answer your question, Noah, on the fuel side? So it's really about densifying it without needing extra effluent treatment.
Scott, as you know, the forest industry from Wawa to almost to Kenora depends on two mills, Resolute and A.V. Terrace Bay. Without them, there's no sawmills, there's no First Nations management, there's no sawmills, there's no owner-operators, there's no tax base for communities. What are you doing with A.V. Terrace Bay? Thank you.
Well, CRIBE doesn't have any projects specifically with A.V. Terrace Bay right now. The province has been much more active on that file because we're a pretty small player on the in large capital projects. We have $20 million that goes pretty quickly on. Basically, that's a quarter of one project of a large actual installation of something. We're working with A.V. Terrace Bay with the greenfield thing, looking at basically using some of their pre-digesting tanks to turn into ethanol to see, more as a side stream. We're still on the innovation side with that side. There's no market. I guess greenfield ethanol is more looking to prove this out at their facility before it's a pre-commercial stage development for that project specifically. So that's where that's at right now.
Thank you, Scott. I think we have to put our hands together for a very innovative presentation. Have a good week.
FP is interested in, because their optimization software for mills, Optitech, is an XY coordinate system, so the logs have to be in the mill. We collect XYZ coordinates for our measurements, so they're very interested in our forest measurements, because what it allows us to do now is we can enter our values into this software and it can optimize the trees while they're in forest. So we could actually tell you how much volume of lumber and grades will come off a block before it's cut, which is very powerful for industry as far as knowing, you know, the bottom line at the end of the year and what their plan is. They can, before they even start cutting, saying this is how much money we're going to make off of these cuts this summer, and these are the amount of, you know, very closely the amount of grades we're going to get off of these logs. And so the idea there is, again, this is one of our images that we create in our software that we have, and it's to optimize saw patterns with the highest value in it. Okay, so this shows a map. This is for large specific gravity across northwestern Ontario, and here's that sort of that S that they talk about in the central of northern Ontario, because you've got influences from the prairies here and here from the lakes, which creates different growing zones. So if you want, if you're going to make particle board and you want lighter weight tamarack, you're not going to set up over in this region because the density is too high for the actual codes that the maximum density for OSB or those types of panel products. So you might want to harvest in this region. And of course, within it, you're going to have some variance, but on average, the density is lower over here than it is here, and it varies. And we're creating maps like this for all our properties to say, if someone comes in and says, we need high density large for our particular product, we're going to say, oops. We're going to say, well, you should be setting up shop somewhere over in this region, not in this region, because it doesn't have the properties you're looking for. And then you can tell them exactly, you know, what companies have licenses, who do you need to work with. And if it's an undervalued species, it's obviously a bit easier to get access, because if they're not being used by the big mills, there may be a good swapping or trading opportunity there for the smaller guys. Okay? So we can create these types of maps, which is a nice, a gross landscape map, if you will, but we go right down to the individual trees. And another thing for industry as well as value adders coming to the region and how we can promote the forest, this is part of the new FRI. And this has a polygon here, this large green one here, saying this is basically a forest type. It's the same. Okay, we went in and with one of our big producers up here, we went in and mapped this using our system. Lo and behold, it's not all one forest type. It goes right from as low as pulpwood up to number 2 grades. Okay, so you have a huge difference across the landscape. And the way we do things, and this is what we're trying to get into the FRI, is that we can very specifically tell you where the good lumber and where the grades are. And so if there's a high demand in your forest management plan for the year, if there's a high demand for, you know, number 1 or number 2 and better as far as our stud mill goes, well, they know, avoid this patch early when the market demand is high and finish that cutting later on. But you can react to market demand very quickly, or again, at least it tells them what they have on the landscape, and then with this, they can schedule their planning a bit better too. Okay, this is an example of a project we did for a group. They sent us some wood. We had no control over where they harvested their trees from to do this for them. At the end of the day, you can see the grades aren't that great, but we found out afterwards, you know, a couple of the trees were cut down basically in the ditch on the side of a road. The age variance was from about 20 years old to 100, and you know, they said, well, they're all about the same size. But as you can see, there's a huge variation. Age is one of those things. So we produced this, and then we redid it with some of the forest that was further off the road, more representative. And of course, we produced the maps with the grades, and the investor company, this is exactly what they needed to convince themselves to make the investment, and it would match the products that they wanted to ship for an overseas market. And they were not willing to go forward and tell that. So hopefully this side of information will help them make that decision. And we can do this. This is how we produce things. We can say, this is like the last map. These are the grades. This is what you can expect. Okay, so this is an example of, unfortunately, a company that was in Thunder Bay that didn't make it, using our birch up here. And they came up and we offered to produce maps for them to tell them where the quality is they needed, and unfortunately they didn't take us up on it early enough. By the time they did, they were already on their way down. But for white birch, we've done intensive work showing the variation within the stem, and more importantly, where on the landscape the properties they required were. They thought they could cut birch anywhere and it would produce a food grade product. Well, food grade can have no hardwood. And so basically, they have to stay away from base of the slope, toe of the slope, mid slope. The best wood for what they wanted was on the ridge tops. And so we created maps. This is a map of the dog mat forest up here. And as you can see, there's some of these colored areas. It doesn't show up as good. Oops. Doesn't show up as good here. But there's green, like patches that are brown and green, the deep colors on the light green and the brown here, they are layers that we put in for elevation because we said the best wood is on the higher ridge tops. So we put an elevation layer in saying where on the FRI is there wood at high elevation greater than 50 or 70% birch composition. We created this map, and as it turns out, then we on top of it, we put a forest management plan for the harvesting of that summer. And there was people working, particularly down in this area in the summer, that they would have needed it to get there. So I mean, it was if they'd taken this map, we still might have that company running in this town, but unfortunately they were hauling wood out of the US. Just quickly go over this, we're trying to now working with a local consultant to try and actually bring LiDAR into it and see if we can use aerial LiDAR as a means of mapping wood properties at a landscape scale. So we just started a project, we've had a bit of success. This is that same block I showed you with the things. These are some of our maps that we can produce 3D. So we're still working and we're actually moving into a big project because we figured out some stuff in this and hopefully we will be able to use LiDAR to put wood quality on our maps. So summarize that, you can get up to 25% increase in value. Trees aren't just milled and graded out at a mill. Properties dictate where we use them. Wood users receive what they need, and of course inherent properties can help in decision-making processes for product potential, which is sort of what we like to do when we help people. So new products, obviously when you're looking at a value-added product, knowing that you can map stuff, some of the main things, does it meet a market need? Does the product utilize the raw resource efficiently? If not, can you find someone to utilize what you don't use? Does it have do you have the know-how to produce the product? Do you know the distribution channels? Significant development required, the cost of that, is it protected under patents? Can you access these things? Are you close enough to markets? And do you have an established company with a reputation? All these sort of things need to be answered in order to move products forward. And these are the sort of things you should look at before you start producing a manufacturing facility or stuff like that. Okay, these are just some pictures. These are large-scale products, obviously, glue lam, Paralam products. This is something with our code changes. I don't see why we don't have a facility like this in Ontario producing glue lam. We're going to need it with our 6 stories. So this is an opportunity for us. CLT, cross-laminated timber. Okay, the tallest wood building in the planet is in Melbourne, Australia. It's 10 stories tall, made out of cross-laminated timber. This is a high-value product. They sourced their CLT from Austria, and it was economical to bring it across the globe. So these are products that you don't have to sell regionally. They can be sold globally, and you still make money on them. And CLT is fantastic. It's basically plywood on steroids. You use 2x6s and you cross-laminate it to make panels 3, 5, 7, 9 wide. And there's a green industry. This is part of the way that there's a lot which is nice. So when you're building a product, this is also important when it comes to shipping. Sensory appeal. You know, people like wood products. How does it look? Is it rugged? Can it easily be handled? You know, is it durable for shipping and handling? What have you? Workable? Is it a comfortable thing? So, you know, everyone loves wood because it's got that really nice feeling in rooms and what have you. Like in here, you know, it looks much nicer with wood than it would just say with drop ceilings of white, you know, panels. Is it a safe thing? Is it uniform? You know, properties. All these tests can be done and tested, and this will help towards marketability. Okay? Obviously, raw materials. You say, well, where do you get the raw materials? You know, you can source these from mills, either as raw lumber and you reprocess it, or as lumber kiln from mills. Source it yourself if possible. Oversized saw logs that mills may make tight, short logs, crooked logs, burls and branches, make very high value furniture products. Different species not typically utilized or undervalued woods. There's a lot of opportunity in those areas. Scrap from operations and manufacturing facilities, old buildings, recycled wood. You'd be amazed how much people will pay for recycled wood floors compared to new floors. They pay more. So there's that feeling people like. Other products, furniture, flooring, these are some of the mid-range type products that are very possible to make, and they can be very high value. This is a table made out exclusively of burls, thermally modified flooring, outdoor furniture, these sorts of things, using portable mills up to big mills. So a lot of small value adders are very confident to use small processing facilities, which of course lowers costs and overhead costs. Very small niche market products, things like boards, using small bits of wood, moldings, little boxes. This guy carves things, using a mill that turns and produces certain posts, log homes. These are all opportunities. And if you know your resource, you could produce some of these. But again, these are very based on the properties of the wood supply. And then there's specialized items, furniture or instruments, things like guitars and that. And you don't even have to make the whole product. There's people who have been very successful who produce components for products. So you may only make a part of it and ship that to another group that produces it together. And we have examples of that in the north. So I mean, you don't have to build an entire product to do value adding. You could build components that are part of a bigger piece of something. Okay, and then there's the energy area. We know there's pellet plants going up here. Pellet stoves are becoming popular. Our generating stations are moving to it. So, there's that area for maybe not particularly value adding, but opportunities for harvesting, processing, and what have you for communities, and that sort of thing. And then there's specialized products, things like, if you've ever seen how much a birch bark canoe goes for in southern Ontario, between $8,000 and $10,000 for a custom-made birch bark canoe. So, if I was good at making them, I might be producing them and sending them down south. Other things, you get variety, snowshoes, traditional snowshoes, custom-made paddles. This is one of my students. He sells these things in southern Ontario anywhere from $200 to $500 per paddle. In the Muskoka Cottage Country region, they will pay whatever for something, so they go paddle in their nice cedar strip canoe or what have you. So they're niche markets, but they're valuable niche markets. And the trick with this is, if you produce this, you need market channels. You can't sell all this locally. You won't make money. You can sell some, but you also need to move it to places where the market is. And the market for these sort of things in Ontario is in southern Ontario. There's a lot of money and a lot of people want this stuff. Okay, and this is our last slide. Just to finish up, obviously, you saw on every slide, wood is good. That's the logo of my group. But this just shows, this is an FP Innovation slide, and the Canadian Wood Council has done similar things. Wood, 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 compared to other materials. Wood is obviously the cleanest and greenest material that we can use for products. It's renewable, and on top of that, it looks nice, both growing as a tree and as a wood product. So I mean, wood is the way we should be going in as many products as we can, and of course, in Northern Ontario, we should be promoting it because it is still a backbone of our industry. And with that, it won't take too long, I'll answer any questions. Any ideas about more than one?
Selection of regeneration certain sites. Like if you harvested a certain species off the site, but it would be better for, say, jack pine of the kind, that you want for that mill. Do you think that's going to affect regeneration plans?
I think that would be probably more ministry territory to state that, but I mean, it could say that if certain sites are prone to producing high quality, then we would want to manage them for that particular species, yes. And this sort of stuff will tell us where the best properties grow, and then we could, focus more management into those areas if required, yeah.
Thank you. I'm Tom Anderson, Forestry Information Officer for Grand Council Treaty Tree. It's a very enlightening presentation. The only kind of concern or kind of danger I see is this might have the potential to, say, start bidding war, because with all this information here, you have companies, big companies, people with money here that can see where the most desirable wood is, where the high value wood is, so they have a bidding war, or this would become more desirable than, say, marginal stand or marginal wood forest. So it's good to have this information and everything, but at the same time, when you have that all that knowledge and information where the best wood is, where the best products are, I just see that there's a little bit of a risk there.
Somebody mentioned that before. Does this give people the ability to high grade?
Absolutely.
Essentially. Well, I mean, companies will still have to abide by all their management plans and their annual allowable cuts and everything else. It just means that if there's a high demand for the top grades, they may want to move their operation there and then go back to what they were doing just so they can meet demand. But it also means we can promote, especially our undervalued, we can promote it to new companies coming in saying this is where the undervalued species are, which the big companies tend not to use. So it would allow them to set up in the right area and know where they should be cutting to get their product. But it also means that big companies can say, you know, they cut everything up because they have to. But if there's an opportunity to say, well, we want these bottom 3 logs, but the top logs might be more appropriate that these guys mill, get mills starting to communicate and trade wood so that the mill can put the best value on it, will take it, and then, you know, they can start moving wood that way if they're willing to do that. But it opens up the doors for that sort of move. But I thought about that when we did this project, and I mean, everybody still has to abide by all regulations that the ministry sets as far as an annual level, everything else. So they can't go in and just cut the best and leave the rest. They will have to cut what their plan says. It just allows them to meet market demand more quickly, or recognize if there's extra pockets of wood on their landscape that they don't use, maybe they could sell it to another company, you know, offset costs and stuff like that. Or when they're harvesting, we'll harvest it for them. We don't need it, but we will harvest it for someone else who's going to pay.
So if they're ethical and good corporate citizens, we can expect to see that. Another question I had was this cross-laminated timber.
Yep.
That can use marginal wood and everything as well? It doesn't have to be high-quality wood for that?
Basically, you need number 2 and better on your outside, which are, you know, your compression and tension sides of the panels. The center wood can be lower grade, which is similar to glulam products and stuff like that. So yeah, number 2 and better is the top grade you need for these products. So you don't need select structural and stuff like that.
Very good, thank you.
Have a question? Have you hooked up, I saw that hooking it up to the LiDAR, but I was just thinking about the Alps drones on the other side of this wall here. Have you connected that on the, you know, for the micro scale and this, that level of, I guess, pilot?
Well, I guess when Alf gets his up with his LiDAR on it, we'll have to look at that. But I mean, yes, you could do it at a small, and I've also, my group has a small drone as well, one of the quadcopters that we plan on using for that exact reason, at smaller scales, to get imagery about where we're working at a smaller scale, and then transfer that across landscapes. But yeah, I can see drones being quite useful in what we do as well.
Any other questions? Yeah, here we go. And all right, Alf is on deck.
I just wanted to support what Matthew was saying and your concern about high grading. So 15 years ago, the foresters were doing allowable cut and say, you can cut 1,000 acres per year of jack pine. So they would look at the maps and they would say, they would know where the best jack pine is according to the maps. It's the site class 1 jack pine, 80 years old. So that's what will be harvested. So now the ministry has changed the harvest calculation procedure, and you can cut 200 acres of the best jack pine of 80, and you can cut 300 of jack pine, 100 years old, site class 2. So it's all regulated by age, species, age, and site class. So you can't high grade anymore. It's all regulated that way. And then your harvest levels are monitored by the Crown, and you have a 5-year allocation, and you can only cut that 5 years of wood in that 5 years. You could cut it faster, but that's all you've got. So you might think they're overcutting, but they're not. They may speed it up, but they only have 5 years, and it's regulated by site and age class and species. So it's highly regulated now.
Thanks, Neil. The question I have is, my name is Alf, by the way, I work with Matt Leach at the university. How competitive are we with these technologies compared to the other boreal regions of the world? Are we up to the same level of standards of the Russians and the Scandinavians, and where are we at?
Well, we had, as you know, we had some Swedish groups through our labs. We had Finnish and Swedish groups through our labs recently before Christmas. And when we showed them, not this presentation, but one similar that had a bit more detail about the mapping and what have you, the first word out of their mouth was, when could we get this? Because we've just started a new process in Sweden to map our forests. And he said, we're going to try to develop something like this, but you guys have already done it, so when can we get access to this? So as far as I can tell, we're leading the way in this particular technology for mapping trees. Nobody I've seen has come close to, especially with the accuracy, because of the number of trees we've sampled. Nobody's come close to what we're doing yet. And we sort of think outside the box the way we do things, which has allowed us to move where other people have stumbled. So I think we're leading the way in this particular research.
These days, whenever somebody comes up to me and talks about value added, we want to get the value added. Seems everybody wants to make wood pellets. You know, that's what's needed. There's a biomass plant coming up. There's a demand for wood pellets. Nobody comes up to me and says, I want to make violins. In comparison to wood pellets and the product you've done, how would you rate the potential of the wood fiber going into sort of, the question I guess would be, is wood pellets the best use, automatic best use, or is it a lower end use to maximize your profits of the wood? I mean, again, all I hear is wood pellets. That's all everybody's talking about these days.
No, wood pellets, I mean, I always say wood pellets are, in my mind, are equivalent to raw pulp. It's a very low value product to be producing from trees. If you use the leftover waste of the crowns and stuff like that we can't process, I think that's a good resource for pellets. Sawing like full trees down and taking the logs and grinding them into pellets, I think that's undervaluing the trees. And we could make a lot more money by sawing those trees and then taking the waste and pelletizing it. That's my opinion, but I don't think we should be sawing logs in order to make pellets. I think that's undervaluing our forest, and all our studies show that's not the highest value product we can put. Pellets, to me, if you have nothing else to use the fiber for, you can pelletize it. But other than that, there's higher value products we can put wood into, as far as I'm concerned.
How would a First Nation who has taken over a tenure and has wood supply and wants to maximize their operations, how do they access your research group?
Well, I mean, they just contact me, and like
Are they paying you fees? That's what I'm getting at here.
Well, we've done this for some groups too, and I mean, there's funding available that we can do it as promotion for development through the economic development corporations and stuff like that. And with the amount of data, depending where they are, we could already very easily take their resource and map it based on our data. And if we had to do a bit more intensive, we may have to go in and do a few acoustic measurements type thing, take a few cores. But otherwise, I would recommend mapping their resource to find out exactly what they have before they make any decisions. Because I mean, they may be underselling their resource significantly.
I can think of 19 million cubic meters that could probably be optimized.
And then it also, when we map it, it also said we could come up with some products they may have never thought of that are feasible for them to produce and marketable. And there is, like, I mean, the main thing is there a market? There's lots of great ideas, but if no one's going to buy it, it doesn't really matter if it's a great idea.
Well, I think we should put our hands together for Matt. It was fantastic.
Are you an Aboriginal entrepreneur with a business idea? Do you need financing to establish or expand your business? Contact Nishnawbe Aski Development Fund today. NADF specializes in providing business support and financial services to Aboriginal entrepreneurs and businesses in Northern Ontario. To turn your idea into reality, call 1-800-465-6821 or visit nadf.org. Nishnawbe Aski Development Fund, supporting Aboriginal success since 1987. Are you an Aboriginal entrepreneur with a business idea? Do you need financing to establish or expand your business? Contact Nishnawbe Aski Development Fund today. NADF specializes in providing business support and financial services to Aboriginal entrepreneurs and businesses in Northern Ontario. To turn your idea into reality, call 1-800-465-6821 or visit nadf.org. Nishnawbe Aski Development Fund, supporting Aboriginal success since 1987.
Prepared for that. We're not at that point yet. We're at the point where I'm going to give a bit of a review of the day and the event. So turn that off. So I'd like to just start with the events of this morning, and we had Sam Manitowabi and Chief Clifford Bull from Lac Seul First Nation and their associated company, Obishigu Resources. And to me, they really came forward and talked about the on-the-ground reality of taking advantage of a situation in their home territory that was, I guess, put up for tender because of the Great Recession. This vacuum that happened in many of our home territories with the Great Recession, the hollowing out of the forest economy. And not only Lac Seul, but also many of the other First Nations groups here in the room, but also outside of the room in this part of the world, have taken advantage of that space. And I think the message coming from Lac Seul First Nation is that moving into it, starting on a business, incorporating a group, getting workers into place, and then pushing into, okay, now we're marketing fiber. We're providing a resource to local fiber transformation, and then bumping into the market access certification systems, and bumping into this, I guess what's happening is there is a growing on the ground sophistication that comes along with taking responsibility for your resource in your homeland. And I think it's really only through events like this that awareness in that place that you're at, while it may seem tremendously frustrating to you when you're dealing with it, that situation can be solved. Because after Sam and Chief Bull spoke, Kevin Gillis from the Meadow Lake Tribal Council territory, but Mystic Management in a narrow corporate sense, was up here. And they started this path 20 years ago when, again, there was this cyclical commodity crash. The Crown Corporation of North Sask Forest Products was, frankly, put under pressure. It was a sophisticated reverse takeover strategy, corporate strategy, put together by chiefs, by 9 First Nation chiefs out of the Meadow Lake Tribal Council, to go in and take control, take a minority position, a 49% position, I think is what I was told, that they started out with. And then they just moved up over the years. They moved over the 50% line as a part of the equation. They made sure that they were forced into a shotgun marriage with the pulp producer next door, and they own the forest management as well. So a lot of the components here and a lot of these startup phases for groups when you're taking back control of your forest territory and building business on it are similar. There's nuances and there's specificity, there's individual stories I know for each of your territories and each of your situations. But I think these stories tell us that they can be overcome, and they need to be overcome. Because as one of the leaders from a little bit west of here likes to say, you know, there's no little blue man in a helmet that's going to come up and save your territory. It's not going to happen. There's no little government worker, or there's no rich philanthropist that's going to come in and parachute in your community and solve your problems for you. We all know that. And I think the answer is standing right outside our territories. And the speakers this morning, but the speakers yesterday, really brought that message home, that there's solutions there and it can be done. In terms of the intellectual argument and pushing into the regulatory framework around community forestry, we heard David Robinson come up here and really carry the flag and the banner for community forestry. Really this democratization of the regulatory space that's happened all over the world, not just in the forest system, but I think all over the economy and the regulatory landscape, with the old large-scale industrial type regulatory frameworks that were set up really in the late 1800s. And then we're married to the large industrial processes, the economies of scale with the Henry Fordization of manufacturing. That's what the regulatory framework that was and is still in place in many parts of Canada, that's where this pressure from below, from the grassroots, not only First Nations, but also in the non-Indigenous community, is pushing government, pushing regulatory agencies to respond in a more democratic and a fair way. And that there is an economic argument for it. And it's a good economic argument. It's an economic argument that will take the work and the energy and the talents and the capital from your communities and not siphon them off and send them off to an end market, but will generate that benefit right there in your local communities. RBC came in a tough spot there and basically said, within all this, a banker is going to be there to give you an umbrella when the sun is shining. And when it starts raining, that banker is going to pull your umbrella away. So get your credit in order for the good times. And for the bad times, retain your working capital and your cash, because cash is king. And they had a value proposition there. But I think indirectly, frankly, what I saw there is I was really, I guess, amazed at the serendipitous, I guess, video that Kevin brought, showing the financing creativity that's needed to actually capitalize forest management operations largely. But I think you could make that case in terms of business, First Nations business broadly in our communities. You need that innovative financing that comes from provincial and federal government, regulatory, arm's length, crown corporations, as well as the native economic development corporations, the capital development corporations that are in place in many parts of Canada. You need that entrepreneurial energy there, because banks are going to just be a part of your solution, your financing needs. They're going to just be a very narrow part of that will fit in a certain time frame for your business. But you're going to need financing and capital and financial sophistication right throughout the life cycle of your business. And there's going to be different players in there that play a constructive role there. RBC will loan you money. They will, but it'll be at a specific point in your economic life cycle. Following that up, Kevin really surprised me anyways, coming up here with a very human message out of the MNRF, reminding us that there's human beings in the MNRF that are not completely, I guess, tone deaf to the teepee that he put up there of rights, of power, of activism, of interests, and that there is productive and constructive discussions happening in Northwest Ontario in terms of Lac Seul, Manitou Forest Products, Lake Nipigon, the Kanagami First Nations, Ogoki discussions, the Northeast Superior Chiefs Table, all of the incredible dynamic, I guess, energy that our leadership and the organizations that they've given mandates to get in there and start negotiating, start repatriating that forest responsibility ethic. And each area there, in each of these tables, and there's many more there, so I apologize if I haven't named your table there. Your creativity is going to find a home eventually in this regulatory environment. And to not take no for, okay, well, we just have an FRL. But to operate that when a First Nation takes, which is basically a logger's license, right, for a set amount of wood. But to take that and invest your indigenous capital in every sense of the word, you're going to push that regulatory code. You're going to push the operating environment in your area. And I know what you're going to do with it. You're going to push for increased responsibility. And increased responsibility also means there will be increased benefit for that very local and regional economy. That's what will happen there. And there is about 1,000 ways to peel that log and to optimize value there. Which is really what Scott and Matt came in to show us. They came in and showed us that this world of information technology, of the most cutting edge of instrumentation engineering, of diagnostic capabilities, is merging with this theme of democratization of the commons, of the marketplace, where you can have a First Nation. To me, this is what I was hearing. You can have a First Nation that has a larger tenure, but can utilize the most up-to-date techniques to optimize specific value on their land base and then make rational economic decisions so that they can maximize their production. And they can offset pressure on part of their land base as well, so that they're not having to be the lawnmower of their own homeland. That's the flip side of that optimization, leaders. You don't have to log 1 million cubic meters of forest fiber. I know that would make M&R happy for it. But you don't have to anymore. Maybe you can. Maybe to get that same return on value, maybe you can log 500,000 cubic meters, and you can have an optimization program where you're doing value-added manufacturing tailored to 3D printing technology that's tied back to the diagnostic forest resource inventory that you know, even before you put $1 million of investment into, that you know that there's a market for, to make it a sure thing for your community. And I'm not going to let you guys go either on these sawmills and frankly these pulp mills. I'm waiting for a First Nation group to step forward and buy a pulp mill, because the very cutting edge of taking that biorefinery idea and putting your value system in and making sure it's done environmentally in a way better fashion, making sure there's a return, getting into the space age products, owning the sawmill complex in there. I guarantee it, one of the groups in Canada is going to unlock this. And when that happens, all the rest of us are going to look out. And I'll speak for myself from Opaska Cree Nation. I'm gonna wake up in my lodge and I'm gonna look out the window at that pulp mill on my treaty territory and that rusting sawmill that they won't operate, and my relatives who can't get the right logging contract, or they're being told, log for us not for $30 a cubic meter, why don't you log for us for $25 a cubic meter, I'm going to look at the group that does that, and I'm going to tell my leadership, you know what, it can be done. It's just going to take one of you, just one of you. And I think that message, going back to our Menominee friend, from Menominee lands. You think about how it's kind of been one, he's worked with a lot of, he's really modest, Larry, but you think about the importance of just one individual in a nation that has a value there that they want to be brought forward in your forest environment. Just one of you can really make a difference in your territory. Married with the technology that Matt and his group and Scott and the investment cycle in terms of piloting product production, I mean, the future is out of this world for you. It's there for you. And your kids are going to meet you in the middle because they're going to be comfortable. I went out into that simulator and I was driving around a truck there. I know my boys with their PS3 and PS4, I know they're going to be able to get into one of those machines. I know they're going to be able to operate it, to understand it. I know they're going to be able to tweet about it. I know they're going to be able to understand the information technology and the business model behind it. They're going to be able to do that. And I think we should all really think about that legacy then. And I guess this would be a call for the leadership in the room. I'm a young man from our communities. I'm 37 years old, I'm turning 38. And the legacy of hard work that you, the older men and the older women, that you've handed down to our generation is one of institutions. You broke through the horrors of the active, I would say, the real active, nasty colonial period in terms of policy in Canada. You guys and gals, you've suffered through that. And you've pushed through that. And what you've left us now with are largely political and community-based organizations, regional organizations, that have a very political, important institutional feel to respond on the policy level, to respond on the political level. And that's very important because that's a fundamental building block. But what those institutions, to me, as a young man now, are posing to me, looking at my children and my grandchildren, is to say, what kind of business can I build on top of that, or with that support? Because you guys have done your work, and you're continuing to do it in leadership. And I guess that is another point there, is getting these initiatives off the ground in your communities. You leaders are going to have to occupy that seat initially to make sure that you're not just sending in, frankly, a community member with a committee mandate that can't show up and not make a decision. That will kill your entry into this world here. You are going to have to be brave. Maybe not all of you. Maybe you won't send all of you at once. Maybe it'll just be a few of the chiefs from a few of the regions. That you will actively take that seat there and be a decision maker to make sure that funny business doesn't happen, that you keep it focused. But again, like I said a little bit earlier in the day, once that business is up and running, whether it's the logging company or the group of companies that's associated with the contracting, or the mill, or the diagnostic company, or the financing company, once that entity starts making money and there's business happening, step aside. Let your kid, let your daughter, who's went to school and has the Masters of Business in Finance, let her take that machinery and operate that and go to the moon with it for your people. Because that's what your kids will do. They'll go to the moon with these institutions of business and with possibility. I promise you they'll do that. I know that seems like I'm telling you two things. I am. Sit in that captain's chair for a while, but get out of the way when there's some money starting to be made. You can do it. And some of the other groups out there are doing it right now. And they sit back and they get dividends in the seats of leadership in the community, dealing with our community issues, which are just as important now as they will ever be in the future. There's always going to be community issues. I guess in terms of that, really I hope I've set the stage for Brian Davey to come up here and talk to us about the special role of $3.2 million going in to First Nations businesses. And a portion of that, we got it out of him. I know he's protecting his loan portfolio and his value proposition to the loaning space. 20% of that going into companies where they couldn't go down Main Street or to Bay Street and get the loan for their operator. But NADF is there and being creative. So I think we should congratulate and thank Brian, but also ask him to come up here. And I would also ask our elder to be ready to come up here and sing us home and give us some words. So thank you very much, NADF, for your wonderful, wonderful set of days. And miigwech.
But before you leave, on behalf of NADF and the Board of Directors, I'd like to, and the staff, I'd like to present you this gift as a token of our appreciation for emceeing today. Thank you very much.
Get it closer. We'll hold the gift? All right, you want the gift in there? Let's get this just right then. Good. Oh.
Slow.
Too slow.
Technology's slow.
Okay, I'll take that out of your way.
All right, let's thank everybody for coming, of course, and I'd like to also mention that if you can, Denise has some business cards would like to share with you before you leave, so we can keep you informed on upcoming events. We'll be putting out a newsletter as well. We want to continue this momentum that we started here. This is only the beginning. I know it takes a while to build up to the peak. We've had this similar experience with the Mining Summit series. We're into their 5th, I think, Mining Summit series coming up. So it does increase every year. Every year it gets better every year. And so this is a start, and you're the founding fathers of this event, and mothers. So thank you very much for coming out, and give yourselves a great warm hand. The other point I wanted to make is the next Forestry Expo is here again. It's April 2021, 2016, and of course we all hope to see you here again at that time. We also would like to thank the advisory committee once again, Peggy Smith, Brian, oh my God, huh? Brian Kay, Douglas Murray, and Rick H., and Ross Patterson, Terry Wilson, Martin Kaiser, and Mike Belleville, and Jeff McKnight. So if you can give them a hand for that. And most of all, I'd like to thank the staff. They're not all here, but if you can give Denise a good hand for all the things that she did for this event. And all the other staff that were involved outside of the room as well. So with that, I'll call upon our elder to give us a closing prayer, and we're on our way.
I'll jump right up here. The young elder, remember? All right, well, bonjour everyone. Bonjour, Gishimanato, Nokamis Mishomas, Nishimigona Kedigo, Washkash Nandodem, Anizala Kamindoji. You know, when I came up here yesterday morning and then going out here to the exhibitors and just learning a lot about all of the different technologies, the industry, all the information that's out there, and like Bradley and Brian and some of the other presenters talked about, you know, putting in, there's regulations there, you know, that people have to abide by. And I think that's so wonderful because all the advocacy that's happened throughout over a century. And it's, you know, it's at the forefront still in our minds, you know, always thinking about the future. So it really makes me feel good to stand here and to hear what I've heard just in the last hour. I was really nervous when I first came in Because I get afraid, you know, about my mother and all the resources that we have. And I really believe, you know, we're all, you know, taking care of our families, making sure, you know, we get what we need and only to take what we need. And so I give thanks for this conference. It's been a really good one. And all the words that have been said here for the last 2 days, you know, we invited our ancestors to come and sit and listen. So they've been here, and the creator of all things have been sitting here too, watching and listening. So I give thanks, and as a responsibility of opening up, I always need to do that closing too, to send not only to wish you a safe journey home, but also for our ancestors too, for their journey back, because they've been sitting here too with you. So Ahau Chimigwich, and just sing a traveling song, and I pray you guys all make it home safe and sound back to your families.